Thank you, folks. Welcome, everybody, to City Council this evening. There's a few housekeeping matters. In anticipating and expecting a large attendance tonight, we set up an overflow room. So this feed will be going into the Ramsey room. So if anybody who's in this room that doesn't have a place to sit, would like a place to sit, the Ramsey room is available to you, and this will be fed right into the Ramsey room, so you'll be able to watch from there. I'd also like to acknowledge our broadcast partners, Local 2 in Shaw. Special acknowledgement to Dr. Wald. Last week I attended the John Rhodes dinner for Algoma University, and Dr. Wald was honored for his significant contributions to our community, so I thought it was important that we acknowledge that. Dr. Wald, fine citizen of our community, has done a lot for a lot of people in Sault Ste. Marie. And we will no longer have Councillor Terry Sheehan with us. So that's later on in the agenda, and we have a matter that will address that. But I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I've, of course, on behalf of everybody, passed along my best wishes to Terry and told him that we obviously look forward to working with him as he moves his principal political conduct to Ottawa. Councillor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Don't read anything into this, but I was just telling our Commissioner of Public Works that the three individuals I sat with in the last few years all have been elected. We had Brian Watkins, Brian, how soon we forget, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Brian Hayes, we had David Orzetti, and Councillor Sheehan, all been elected.
So the next person to sit beside you has a booming political career in front of him or her.
It's empty right now.
Councillor Shoemaker's going to run over there in a minute. That's right. So with that, Mr. Clerk, we can begin the meeting.
Mr. Mayor and members of Council, under Agenda Item 1, adoption of minutes. A motion by Councillors Turco and Huppinen. Resolved that the minutes of the regular Council meeting of 2015-10-13 be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
Under Agenda Item 3, declarations of pecuniary interest.
Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first declaration is from the meeting of Tuesday, October the 13th, last meeting. It was in the caucus session of City Council. Agenda Item 3, Fire Services Realignment. And I declared a conflict on this item and left the room. My brother is employed by Sault Ste. Marie Fire Services. Tonight's meeting, Agenda Item 5.4, 5.4.1, and Agenda Item 7.4.1, all on Fire Services Organizational Realignment. My brother is employed.
Understood. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 7.6.1, rezoning of 592 Old Gooley Bay Avenue. Some of those against the development, the rezoning, are clients of my firm. Thank you.
Acknowledged. Councillor Romano.
Item 6.1, with respect to Rotary Club, I am a member of Rotary. 4.
Any other conflicts, Council? Seeing none.
Under Agenda Item 4, approve agenda as presented. A motion by Councillors Nero and Shoemaker. Resolved that the agenda for 2015-10-26 City Council meeting and the addendum as presented be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
Under Agenda Item 5.1, our first delegation, International Bridge Toll Plaza Project. Phil Becker, General Manager, International Bridge Administration, is in attendance.
Welcome to Council, Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano, Council members. My name is Phil Becker. I'm the General Manager of the International Bridge. I come before you this afternoon with a couple of items. The first is to report to you that the $8.9 million, 16-month-long toll plaza construction project is now complete. The project replaced the 53-year-old administration building and toll booths that opened on October 31st of 1962 when the bridge was opened. The project provides for enhanced customer service and safety. For instance, with the new facility, there are 7 toll lanes. The old facility had 5. There is a dedicated customer service area in the new building. There was none in the old building. Also, the new toll booths are situated further south and on a diagonal to maximize the separation from U.S. Customs, so there's more room for traffic merge and for trucks to take safe turning radiuses. So also, we incorporated the installation of new toll software and hardware that will provide added Prox card customer service features. It was a very complex project because of the need to maintain toll traffic and with minimum impact on our customers while maintaining bridge security and operations at all times. Despite the complex nature of the project, it was completed on budget and 8 months ahead of the allotted contract time. Plus, customer satisfaction actually increased during construction. Our toll attendants conducted brief surveys of toll customers immediately before and during construction, and the survey showed that customer satisfaction with our communications and traffic flow through the plaza actually increased from 65% to 80% during construction. The project was a total success on all fronts due to the efforts of a couple of gentlemen, one of who is with me tonight. They are Carl Hansen, our bridge engineer, who served as project manager, and Peter Patainen, our CFO, who is with me. Peter is seated alongside me, who served as the assistant project manager. And they took on these duties in addition to their regular duties. It is these two guys who successfully guided this project, and it's 100% bridge toll funded funding through several phases from the original engineering feasibility study 8 years ago through to its recent completion. Their diligence and dedication over the years is commendable and served the public interest well. I encourage you to stop by. Anyone, please get a hold of me, get a hold of one of our management staff, and we'd love to show you through the new facility. The second item, I'm going to go through this quickly. It's a much less serious matter. I'm here to register a complaint against Councillor Susan Myers for her part in the conspiracy to hijack last week's toll plaza ribbon cutting and dedication ceremony and turn it into a recognition event for my impending retirement. Mind you, she was not alone. There were many other people involved. She was only a part of a widespread conspiracy to totally surprise me with many much appreciated accolades. You might be shocked to hear the names of others involved, such as, to my surprise, Board Authority Chairperson Helen Gillespie was on the take. Sioux Michigan Mayor Bospos was on the take. Peter, Carl, and my very own family were co-conspirators. So Councillor Susan and the other conspirators were especially secretive and succeeded in catching me totally off guard. I was clueless. And right in front of the 100-plus attendees for the ribbon cutting, all of whom, much to my chagrin, seemed to find my shock and reaction to the proceedings especially entertaining. I'm going to conclude. In all seriousness, I am very touched by the personal retirement accolades presented by Councillor Susan on behalf of you, Mayor, and the Council. My retirement in January will bring to a close a 15-year tenure as a General Manager of the International Bridge and a 40-year engineering career. I will leave with many, many fond memories of interactions both formally and informally with the councillors and mayors over the years, as well as the many dedicated staff, many of who were able to attend Wednesday's event. Soon after I was hired as a general manager, it was very apparent to me that the success of the bridge depended on the success of the sister cities. And it's been very personally gratifying to work with community leaders and be a part of efforts to make our binational community thrive, both economically and in terms of quality of life. So in closing, the achievement I am most proud of in my time here at the Bridge is that I helped bring together and develop a great team from our toll staff right up to our maintenance workers, office, and management staff. And finally, I'm sure you're probably wondering how my successor will be selected. I understand that the position will be posted in Michigan and Ontario, and the qualified candidate interviews will be conducted by a panel of 4 made up of a Canadian board member, a Michigan board member, an FBCL, the Canadian owner rep, and the MDOT rep, the Michigan owner. It has been a real joy getting to know Sioux Ontario business and government leaders over my last 15 years, and I will certainly cherish the many fond memories I take with me. So thank you.
So, Mr. Becker, don't go anywhere. We're not quite done with you. There's just one more stage here, so just please remain there.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I have a motion by councillors Myers and Butland. Whereas Philip Becker, the General Manager of the International Bridge Administration, plans to retire in January 2016, and whereas Mr. Becker, a licensed professional engineer, has held this position since February 2001, and whereas Philip Becker has worked tirelessly in providing steady and strong leadership of the International Bridge Administration, and whereas Mr. Becker has developed significant outreach activities with the twin sister cities of Sault Ste. Marie on both sides of the border and has sought to help both communities to achieve our true potential in terms of economic development and quality of life. And whereas Philip Becker's knowledge and professional expertise have been key in ensuring and maintaining the integrity and safety of the international bridge. And whereas his management and oversight has enabled the Sault Ste. Marie International Bridge to become a crossing of excellence. And whereas Mr. Becker has actively encouraged and supported both Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario and Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan in their economic and social development, often sacrificing personal time for meetings and involvement in many events. Now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Christian Provenzano and the members of the Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario City Council express our deep appreciation to Philip Becker for 15 years of contribution as General Manager of the International Bridge Administration, and further that this Council extends to Philip Becker sincere best wishes and much joy for him and his family in his retirement.
All in favor? Carried. Mr. Becker, if you could come with this.
Under Agenda Item 5.2, Provincial Varsity Cross Country Event. Sherry Smith, Head Coach, Varsity Cross Country, Sault College, is in attendance.
Welcome to Council, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Provenzano, City Councilors, and honored guests here with us tonight. My name is Aislinn Ireton, and this is Sherry Smith, as you all know, as the head coach of the Sault College Cross Country program here in Sault Ste. Marie. We are here to present you with two items that we all think would be interesting to yourselves and the people of Sault Ste. Marie that we are bringing to the city this year and next year. So in partnership with Crimson Ridge, you'll note some footage on the screen, and it is a cross-country race being taken place that happened earlier this year. This Saturday, there will be another women's 5-kilometer as well as a men's 8-kilometer taking place. It is the provincial championship for all of the colleges in Ontario who will be in attendance. We had a video to present the event, and it was really exciting. It just it was embedded, but it is available on our website that you'll see here. I'll just have Sherry just speak to her team because that video represented her team that she's putting in the event on Saturday.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to for us to tell you about our important events, but I'm here to tell you about my important teams, and I'm very excited to do that. Our Sault College program is only 4 years old, and since its inception, my women's team have been ranked both provincially and nationally every single year. And this year, my men are in the national rankings at number 14. And we're pleased to say, and we're going to say it a little bit quietly because that's part of our strategy, that we think we're much higher than that. So this coming Saturday, we will line up 6 men and 6 women in this race. They will compete against the other 24 Ontario colleges, and I do expect top 3 finishes from both teams. So it's going to be quite exciting. I think you're going to see Sault College lead the way in both races as well.
Part of bringing the colleges to Sault Ste. Marie brought us to community engagement. Sherry has extensive experience with athletic events in the area, and so we've put together a community race. You can see the map there. It's all community partners here from the Soo coming forth to create this wonderful event, not only host the city of Sault Ste. Marie, but to host Ontario, which leads me to our final slide here. We're also bringing Canada to our backyard. We're bringing the CCAA, which is the Canadian Colleges Athletic Association, to our backyard here, and that will happen November 17th, 2016. And we hope to host it at Crimson as well.
Just a special note that this weekend we'll expect about 300 participants in our race, and then next year at the Canadian Championships, that'll double to 600 that we'll bring to Sault Ste. Marie.
That's fantastic news. And we certainly, I mean, you've been long involved, Sherry, in the community, and particularly this element of the community. I know you were central to the marathon we had on the island for years and years. So we thank you for continuing that. And your involvement's probably newer because you seem a lot younger than both Sherry and I. So thank you for being involved. And sorry, Sherry. Thank you for being involved. And it looks like a great event in Sault Ste. Marie. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I have the privilege of representing you on Saturday at the starting line on these things, but I made the ladies assure me that it didn't mean I had to participate. I'm only there to represent you, although I know if it was you, you'd probably be running all of those. Yeah. But so it's just great, and I want to encourage all of council and all the viewing public to come on out and watch, because this is exciting. It's really great that we're hosting this. It's a real privilege and a feather in our cap, and so congratulations for what you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Under agenda item 5.3, Journey Stories Video, Social Services Department. Commissioner Nadeau is here to present a video.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm here at the request of the District Social Services Administration Board. Over the last year, the Social Services Department has been going through an exercise, an internal review and an external review, and we're going to be going forward with a rebranding strategy over the next 18 months. And the board asked that I come and just show one of the initial tactics that we're going to be deploying across the community. Social services is going to be moving from a place of last resort that we currently are to a place of first response across the community. We believe that if we can start to prevent people from coming into our system rather than spending all of our energy trying to get people out, that there'll be positive community outcomes as a result. Currently, we spend most of our time trying to get people out of the system. There's a need to change the mindset across the community as well. Many people view poverty as an individual failure rather than a system failure. So some of the strategies that we're going to be doing are to try to show people that the people that we serve in social services are individuals. They have families, they have children, they're there because they need help. So the video that we're going to show, we approached Village Media. They've interviewed 10 people on Ontario Works. They've developed 5 journey stories that we're going to be presenting over the next 6 months. And they're just meant to showcase that there's people in the system that need help and to showcase the great work that our staff are doing to serve that community. So I'll just ask if Frank can start the video. Just working with the volume. And I'd like to highlight that this is an individual in our community. When we showed staff, there were some people who thought that this was a provincial story, but this is someone locally who resides in Sault Ste. Marie.
I was 15 when my dad passed away. I still miss his cooking. My dad came from a family of 9 kids, so I had lots of cousins. They'd come over to our house every Sunday, and my dad would make crepes. We lived in a small town. I was the only girl of 3 children. I have 2 brothers. We played kick the can, went camping outside, and had fun. After Dad died, we moved to the Sault. My mom went to college, worked 3 jobs, and struggled raising us on her own. We never got to see her, maybe 2 hours a day. Then she'd go to bed. So we were at home by ourselves. Then my mom found a guy and moved in with him. He already had a daughter. By that time, I had started hanging out with bad people in grade 9, experimenting with drugs and smoking. I was skipping school to get high. My mom's guy got her to kick me out, so I moved in with hippies and dropped out of school. I was 18. I used the YMCA's STEP program to find a job at a little cafe. I worked there for 2 years. The people my boyfriend and I lived with were druggies, needle junkies, cokeheads, and alcoholics. There was never food in the house. I got pregnant and miscarried at 4.5 months. Found out I had cervical cancer, and they took half my cervix out. I wasn't supposed to be able to get pregnant again. I started smoking marijuana, experimenting with cocaine, ecstasy, and crack. We'd stay at a place for a month, and then we'd bounce to a different place, or he would do something stupid and we would get kicked out. I began stealing money from work, from my drug habit, which I am not proud of. I was also supporting my boyfriend's habit. I began getting sick. There was no way I could be pregnant. I went for testing. Sure enough, I was pregnant. I quit everything. Drugs, alcohol, everything. I asked my brother if I could move in with him, because I didn't want to be living in the crack house. I was still dating the father, but he was living at that house and doing drugs. He started working to put money aside for our own apartment. We eventually moved in together. On our first night in the apartment, I started bleeding. I had to have surgery and was put on bed rest for the rest of my pregnancy. I had to quit my job. During my pregnancy, my boyfriend was high all the time, in and out of the apartment at different times of the night. We fought a lot. He verbally and emotionally abused me. He ended up incarcerated for stealing or something. I gave birth to my son 4 days after he went to jail. He eventually got out, but was incarcerated again shortly after. I was alone. A friend suggested I should check out the LEAP program for mothers under 25 years of age. I met with a worker from Ontario Works, filled out an application, and enrolled in school. The program offered me daycare, parenting classes where I learned to cook and how to do crafts. LEAP takes you from the day you walk through the doors all the way through, and you get a GED and finish high school. Everyone used to say I was too stupid to finish school or ever go to college. I am proving them wrong. I'm clean and a good mom. I'm graduating high school and going to college in the fall for physiotherapy. I fought for full custody of my son, which I now have. I have accomplished more this year than I had the 4 years that I was with my boyfriend. I have lots of goals. I'm excited to work Monday to Friday and make money. I'd like to buy a house and a car and say that the stuff is mine and I didn't have to depend on Ontario Works to pay for it. I'm grateful for what they did for me, but I will be off assistance next month. I've built a good relationship with my worker. She's the best. You can cry in front of her and she won't judge. She was always willing to help and guide me. If it doesn't work out, she tries again. I've never met anyone as dedicated as she is. She steps out of her comfort zone to help you out. Once I get off assistance, I will still go see her. When I've graduated college and I start a full-time job, my son will be 4. He's my miracle baby. I don't want him to ever go down the drug path. I wish he would never have to deal with losing a parent. I want all the good for him. I want anything to be possible for him. My son is the reason I wake up every day. He was the moment everything changed for me.
That's the end of your presentation, Mike. I think that's an important point, Mike, and I'm glad to see that Ontario Works is looking to change people's perspective of what it's doing in the community. I think, Mr. Clerk, we're on to 5.4, but 5.4 we expect was going to take a significant longer time than we have till our planning agenda. So what we were going to do, Council, was we were going to move to the consent agenda, and then we were going to go to 5.4 right as soon as we're done our planning part of our agenda, which you know starts at 5:30. That way there's no interruption in it. We didn't figure we'd have the time to deal with it between the end of this and 5:30. So we'll move it to the end of our planning agenda.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, we can now go into the consent portion of the agenda for any questions.
Councilor Myers?
6.4, Celebrate Canada program.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Hupinen and myself, as you know, Mr. Mayor, are co-chairing the committee of the Mayor for Celebrate 150, the Canada celebration for for 2017. So this is a preamble of some of what will happen in 16 that keeps us building towards Canada Celebrate 150 for the next year. So wanted to pass on Commissioner Apostle to Virginia. Thank you for this application, and it will just help us as a springboard for the following year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on 6.4? Seeing none, Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 6.6, the Huron Street traffic control. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Dulcetti. Mr. Dulcetti, I understand that we're going to remove those lights from Albert Street, Huron Street intersection, and Cathcart Street as well on Huron. Just wanted to make sure, do we have infrastructure that's left in the road in case at a future time we may need to put lights back up?
Mayor Provenzano to Mr. Councillor Nero. Yes, as part of the contract that we have put in all the necessary infrastructure just in case there is a need to reestablish the signalization at those intersections. So we will not be removing the pavement or doing any excavation. It'll be accommodated through the conduit that's been installed.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, as a follow-up, Mr. Dulcetti, are there plans in the near future to review that intersection, or is it a 5-year? Or
certainly, we can take a look at it in 5 years, but it certainly will be some time before we will be introducing that intersection back to signalization. It's not really warranted now, and for that to happen, it would have to increase tremendously in order for us to accommodate intersection. But again, that could happen in the future, so you never know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nero. Anybody else on 6.6? Councillor Shoemaker on 6.6?
I think this is probably directed to the Commissioner of Public Works. This is an intersection that doesn't warrant traffic signals based on, I assume, a traffic study of some nature. Do you know, is there more like this in the Soo without without hard traffic data? You know, is there a sense that there's more of these that maybe don't warrant traffic lights that, as we go through the reconstruction process, could make some of these streets easier to flow through?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Shoemaker, every time a road is being reconstructed, if there is any kind of traffic signals that are involved, there's a study done. And that's usually the deciding factor if there's going to be change in traffic patterns or what have you. So certainly every time we're going through that process, that will be looked at. So yes, the answer is yes, there is potential other ones in Sault Ste. Marie.
Okay, good.
Is that it, Councillor Shoemaker? Anybody else on 6.6? Seeing none, Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 6.3, the RFP for mobile devices. And I guess I'll direct this question to Commissioner Girardi. Regarding the service contract, the successful bidding, and the company was from British Columbia. How will this equipment be maintained? And if there's a breakdown, who will be repairing these?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, there are 21 transit operators that are using that product right now. And I believe Thunder Bay, Sudbury, and Timmins are using the same product. So there are service opportunities in this area to have the equipment maintained. So it's not like we're going to be out of service and waiting for direction from British Columbia or Vancouver, rather. So,
okay, thank you.
Anybody else on 6.3? Go ahead, Councillor Butland.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. When I first saw this mobile video surveillance, I said, gee, $80,000 to $100,000. I'll call it, you know, if there's a couple of incidents a year, it seems awfully costly. I called Mr. Scott and he said, unfortunately, we have minor incidents almost every day, that there's some kind of confrontation on the bus. So this is warranted and it gets away from he said, she said. So money well spent, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bruni, same matter? Are we done with 6.3 then, Council? Please go ahead, Councillor Bruni.
Thank you. Agenda 6.5, source protection funding. And will this be Mr. McConnell? Thank you. PUC has initiated the cost associated with the risk management inspector. Is this for a 1 year or is this a continuation? And part two on the question is, will this inspector be employed by PUC or would it be a city employee?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, a little bit of background here. The risk management official for the city has actually been designated as Peter Tenazzo in my office. And the risk management inspector is a gentleman who is currently employed by the Conservation Authority. Part of their time associated with these duties has been covered by the provincial grant. And moving forward, the provincial grant should cover our costs for next year as well, being 2016. But moving forward beyond that, the PUC has indicated a willingness to contribute to that cost. That will have to come back to council in the form of a formal agreement. And I believe that answers both of your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on 6.5? Seeing none. Anything else in the consent agenda, Council? Mr. Clerk.
Motion by Councillors Turco and Shoemaker. Resolve that all the items listed under date 2015, 1026, Part 1 consent agenda be approved as recommended.
All in favor? Carried.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, you have noted correspondence from Terry Sheehan on the agenda. It's his formal resignation from his position as councillor. We also have a motion on the agenda that we can take care of at this point under 8.2. This is a motion by Councillors Myers and Butland. Whereas in the recent federal election, Ward 2 City Councillor Terry Sheehan was elected as a Member of Parliament for Sault Ste. Marie, and whereas Councillor Sheehan has served the citizens of Ward 2 for 12 years, now therefore be it resolved that this council extend our congratulations to Terry and wish him well in his new endeavour.
Councillor Myers, did you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you. I'm sure my wardie is Skyping in, or not Skyping, but watching live streaming on SooToday. So,
I'm not sure about that.
Either that or he's with some of his new friends. I don't know. But if he is, yeah, we love you, Wardy. So anyhow, just of course, on behalf of all of the folks of Ward 2, I've worked with Councillor Sheehan for the last 9 years of his 12. And in fact, had the privilege of working with him at the EDC many years before that. So I've known Terry a long time. I couldn't be happier for him. This is what he's wanted since he was a very young man in his early 20s, when I think he took a run provincially, if I recall correctly. So we just wish him all the best, certainly on behalf of all of our residents of Ward 2 and myself, and I'm sure all the members of council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I understand that Terry is in Ottawa today, so I doubt very much that he's taken the time out to watch us.
Oh, he's watching.
Are there any additional comments for Terry? Seeing none, we'll call a vote on the motion. All in favor? Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, we also have 3 items under finance spending review that we can complete at this time. The initial presentation is from the mayor's office. After that, the CAO's office and the clerk's department.
So, folks, this is our budget. I think you're all familiar with our budget, but we'll just draw your attention to it. Really, there's only 4 elements to our budget: salaries and benefits. For those watching at home, those include the salaries for myself and all the city councillors. And then there are 2 staff members in the mayor's office. And the 2 staff members in the mayor's office are the assistant to the mayor and the policy and communications officer. So those 2 staff members are obviously support me and available to me on a daily basis, but they also support and are available to city councillors as and when the city councillors might require their assistance. The other 3 items in our budget are grants to others, materials, and purchased services. The vast majority of our budget, though, is salaries and benefits. Our total budget levied for this year was $734,000. That includes a fund of $25,000. That's a fund that we allocate resources from. So the actual budget itself that covers that pie chart is roughly $709,000. I can tell you that for 2015, we levied less than we levied for 2014. And looking at next year, we're going to again be levying less in 2016 than we levied for 2015. The only real substantial change that I've made is when I came into the mayor's office, I was getting lots of requests for advertisements. So the requests were coming from the community saying, can you place an ad in this and can you place an ad in that? And I realized that the ad was more often than not me. It was historically we would support publications by the mayor would put in a welcoming message or a picture of the mayor. And when I really thought about it, I didn't think that was a really very beneficial thing for the community at large. It was certainly a beneficial thing for me because, you know, as a politician, my name and face would show up that many more times. And I didn't believe it was an appropriate way to spend that money. So I started declining a lot of those advertisements. So we haven't been advertising with the same degree in a lot of these publications. Now, to some degree, we're not supporting the publications, but I've indicated to the people that I'd be happy to welcome people to Sault Ste. Marie and offer a welcome message, but I didn't think that we should pay to offer a welcome message if the ultimate result of that was me getting my picture in something and promoting myself. And I thought it was too personal, me-specific as opposed to community-specific. So when advertisings come in, when the requests for ads come in now, we look at it, and if there's a broader community purpose, then we'll consider the advertisement. If they're just looking for a welcome message for me and a picture, we're not doing it. So we've spent a few $1,000s, well, more than a few $1,000s less this year than we have in past years on advertising. I don't really know why the mayor and council really need to advertise much for anything. I mean, I think that people, generally speaking, know who we are and what we do, and so we've largely decreased that budget. As you're aware, we've also decreased some of the budget that goes to our memberships, and I think we'll have a look at that again for 2016 and look at what memberships we're buying and what organizations we're participating in, whether we're participating in the right ones, and we'll have another consideration in that respect. But the only real way to bring down any spending in our respective budget would be to look at, frankly, our own pay and then our own travel. And I think Councillor Fata raised this point in a different meeting saying, you know, why do we all get to travel to conventions? The reality is this council's done very little travel, and you're going to see when our budget comes in, we're way under budget in a number of line items. For instance, my budget for travel is $25,000. I think to date I've spent $3,000. for all of my travel and my hotels, so I'm significantly under. My feeling is that I have to travel more and I have to do some more, frankly, lobbying at the provincial and federal level, and I might do some more of that next year. But this has been a very frugal council for travel. You folks are significantly under your travel budget. I'm significantly under my travel budget. So we can look at that when it comes to the levy. It seems to me that it's best to make sure that we do have the resources to travel, because there's some very legitimate reasons to travel. I traveled to Toronto with Tom Vera a couple weeks ago to meet with some different companies on some innovation files to encourage their participation in Sault Ste. Marie. I know that we have opportunities to travel to some conferences like AMO, which is a good opportunity to get out and see what other municipalities are doing. So in the end, our budget is pretty lean. There isn't a lot in our budget that we could really take out of our budget, but notwithstanding that, we've decreased it 2015 over 2014, and I believe we're going to decrease it again 2016 over 2015. We can go to the next slide there. Just a breakdown of what I was, oh, sorry, your slide ahead of me, I think. If you can just go back one slide. Or we're in a different, no, I covered that. Yeah, go to the next slide there. And this is just a bar graph showing kind of our spending on a year-over-year basis. And you'll notice that we didn't deviate in any significant way in 2014. This doesn't show 2015, but I can tell you that 2015 is in line or under the bars that we're looking at there. And our essential goal of this budget is to essentially manage and foster public relations, assist the public, business, and agencies in accessing city staff and services. A lot of calls come in through the mayor's office. The mayor's office is pretty busy because people automatically call the mayor's office, and then we have to interface with those people and direct them to the right people in City Hall. So we are a customer service-oriented office, and as you're aware, the staff in my office not only serve my time, but also your own time. And in your materials, we did include the numbers to date, and you'll notice that we are significantly under budget on year to date, which is a positive thing. So we expect fully by the end of the year we'll come in under budget. If you wanted to have a discussion about reducing our budget, there really isn't much we can do as far as purchase services go and materials go. We spend very little on that. We'd have to talk about the largest budget items, which are travel, which I think relatively speaking to other communities isn't large, and our own pay. Do we have any questions about our budget? Councillor, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Myers. And then Councillor.
Comment, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that what we have to bear in mind is we don't want to put ourselves in a position where if an opportunity comes up and we need you to travel, Mr. Mayor, that there's no resource to go to. I think that the reality is we recognize we are a geographically centered location in the country of Canada, but for travel, we really need to go through Toronto to go anywhere of any significance if we're traveling, internationally for a trade mission or anything that may come up. So I think that the budget is very appropriate for the activities, and maybe it's a case of creating a reserve of some sort, I don't know, but in terms of operating, certainly I think you've nailed it. We're very, very modest in what we do here.
Councillor Christian.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the sake of the viewing audience, under levy boards and grants to others and materials, I'm wondering if you could just explain exactly what those are as far as expenditures for 2015.
How much we spent or what we're spending on?
Well, what we're spending them on.
Under materials, supplies, we got the office expenses, right, for myself and all of you folks. Photocopying, memberships and subscriptions. So our, sure. AMO, we're no longer FCM, right. But FONOM, NOLM, and all the different organizations that we're part of, that's in there. Gifts and mementos. There's a budget in the mayor's office when we, for instance, we received the ambassador to Finland when the ambassador to Finland was in the Sault. So we would get an appropriate gift for the ambassador to Finland and present it to him. So that would be what gifts and mementos are for. Mayor's receptions, we've actually pared down the number of mayor's receptions. There's less mayor's receptions now than there used to be, so we're spending less money on mayor's receptions. We just do the bare minimum ones that are appropriate to do, and we've taken the budget down in that respect. And telephone and internet. So those are the spending heads there. And We really don't donate significantly in any way to any other agencies. We support some community events, but they're few and far between.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Council? So I'm happy to speak to you at any point about our budget if you have any ideas on how you think we could approve it. I'm mindful of it. I don't travel unless I need to, and I only pay the bare minimum when I do travel. So I'll keep that in check, and we'll be mindful of that on a going forward basis. Mr. Clerk?
Our next presentation would be the CAO's office.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council. The CAO's office, and I do this more, Council already, of course, is aware what the role of the CAO office is, but just for the members of the gallery and folk at home, just remind that the CAO office works under direction of Mayor and Council and has oversight responsibility for the administration of the corporation through a contract with Mayor and Council. So my office, going to the next slide, has $384,000, $384.6 in total expenditures. Similar to the mayor's office, it's a very small shop. There's my position and an executive assistant position, which is augmented by summer relief and by vacation relief on temporary and otherwise or student basis. So salaries and benefits are the highest component of the $384.6 thousand, totaling $357,400. Materials are $27,200. Again, similar to the mayor's office. The primary drivers there are training and travel, which, in proportionate to other municipalities I've been used to, is a lot lesser percentage than I've been accustomed to. But I also understand the history for this, and then we haven't been spending even to the level that we've experienced here. So I'll be giving that consideration for 2016 when we bring that budget forward. The balance, or the majority of the balance, relates to materials and supplies, and again, is memberships, photocopying, paper, that sort of materials for the office. So in a nutshell, over the last 5 years, or 2010 to 2014, the salaries have been slightly up, again relating mostly to the NUMI adjustment for the EA, and the materials have been slightly down in terms of actual expenditures, but mostly in line with the same year to year, pretty much unchanged. The expectation again in 2016 is to review that and see if it is that we can stay online, but with specific attention to what's going to be worked through with Mayor and Council, which brings us to the next slide, which is the departmental overview. Much of this predates my arrival here and was struck with the Council with the previous CAO. I'm looking forward to working with Mayor and Council to develop the plan of my performance going forward and what's going to be looked for from Mayor and Council in terms of my performance, but also in terms of strategic plan, the community development plan, et cetera, that's been identified and that we're working through together on behalf of the community. That said, many of the items in here I'm sure will continue to resonate through that process, and so I will not read them all, but just give you highlights that it's really to continue to move forward. Primarily I see on an economic development component and working with the various stakeholders in trying to promote Sault Ste. Marie as a place of interest, a place of investment. Similarly, looking at infrastructure and asset management plans, which are a key component of us being successful in maintaining a municipality that's going to be able to absorb those increased investments that we're looking to attract. Looking forward to working on our energy initiatives as well. We are an energy efficient entity, and we are looking at community-type energy initiatives, photovoltaic, wind turbine, industrial turbine, et cetera. So certainly I expect that we'll be looking to continue, and if not, focus further on those avenues. So again, didn't read through all of the bullets, but those are the key highlights, and that is the summary for CAO office. And I'm welcome through you, Mr. Mayor, if there's any questions.
Any questions for our CAO? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk.
We'll now proceed with my department's presentation. For the Clerk's Department, as most of you are aware, Clerk's Department has three main functional areas: the administration area, corporate affairs, and office services. I'll go into what those areas are doing in more detail a little later on in the presentation. We move to our first graphic. As with most administrative departments, the greatest chunk of the pie is with salaries and benefits. There is a certain amount for materials and services and purchase services. If you move on to the next graphic, Frank, accompanying this, of course, Council, you have a PDF of what our actuals to date and what our budget is. Just for the viewing public, it is a budget of $1.07 million covering those areas. If you look at our 5-year trends graph, the bump that you see in the first year, 2010, and the final year, 2014, of course, relates to elections and the additional costs we incur for those years in administrating those. The other key one, capital funding. We generally don't have a lot of capital funding, but the amounts that we did have during the last 5 years were the purchase of a new PA system for the council chambers and our eScribe software for agenda preparation. If we move on to the next slide, I think what you're getting for this budget. In the administration area, there's 5 full-time staff. That handles council and some committee administration, corporate records management, vital statistics area, which consists of cemetery business transactions, marriage license issuing, and death registrations. We do about 2,000 cemetery transactions, 400 marriage licenses, and 1,000 death registrations a year. We also undertake corporate strategic plan coordination and quality improvement initiatives through our association with Excellence Canada, and as you're all aware, we administrate municipal elections. In the corporate affairs area, we have 2 full-time staff. They handle public and media relations and communications, website content management and social media, civic receptions, and corporate intranet content management. Some of the areas that this function has been involved with, especially since, as you know, we added 1 position to this area early this year. Expanding the use of our new website and social media content tools. And we've been working, now that we have our own website running, we have a number of associated websites. The Immertinger Clerk Historic Site and the SR Center have their own standalone websites, and we've been working with them to refresh theirs as well. In the office services area, we have 2 full-time employees. They are taking care of all the corporate mail services for ingoing and outgoing mail, and high-volume copying and print services for the corporation. And just a quick overview, our main corporate initiatives that we're working on, aside from operational items right now, we're working on a new records retention bylaw, which is a very intensive project that we hope to have to you close to the end of the year. We're implementing our eScribe software beyond council. We're making more use of it for council meetings, especially for the administrative follow-up, senior management team meetings, and having the tasks flow down through staff through eScribe, as well as getting a number of our committees conversant with and using eScribe so it can become the corporate standard. As the CAO alluded to, a strategic plan development, as you're all aware from the mayor's report last meeting, we'll be doing a lot of work on that. And a visual identity policy. We're in the midst of creating that, especially now that we have finally received last week the official granting of our new coat of arms from the Governor General's office. Future issues that we're watching for. We've become very busy over the last year or 2 with accountability and transparency issues, both coming out of legislative requirements such as Bill 8, and just an overall emphasis on that, at least province-wide. As well, we're looking at issues related to software content management. So while you're aware of what we added for the website, We also have issues that we're dealing with in bringing an intranet up to speed, our work with eScribe, and document management is a new thing we're piloting with IT and other areas in the corporation, new software that eventually will go corporate-wide, and because it's related to records management, some of that function will reside in the clerk's department. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have this time.
Good, Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the clerk. Mr. White, on the spreadsheet for expenditures, under salaries, it shows that the percentage budget run or budget remaining is 25%. I noticed that salaries are at 18. We're at 18%. I know most of that is, or oftentimes it's a timing issue. I'm just wondering if you have a comment or if in fact that's what it is. But I do notice that the percentage remaining on the salaries budget line is less than the actual budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, I believe that's more of a timing issue than anything on this. It's not an area of concern for me.
And that would be my follow-up. That are there any concerns at this point that there might be an overspend in that area at this point? And the answer is no.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. White, I'm looking at the financials as well under expenses. Under the election line, we have $0 in that line for election. If council opts to have a by-election to replace Councillor Sheehan, where would we find that money in this budget?
I'll, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, I'll have a more complete report on that at the November 9th meeting. However, if you decided to fill Councillor Sheehan's position by a by-election, for one, the timeline associated with that would go into next fiscal year. Because it's a one-time spend, we would likely look at suggest to you that it's a one-time supplementary operational item for 2016.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Christian, you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, just to follow up through Councillor Nero's question. If we decided to go to a by-election, can you give us just a rough estimate? We've had experiences with this before. Roughly, what does it cost to run a ward-wide by-election as far as the city's concerned? Any ideas in terms of cost? Or is that an unfair question at this point?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, I can tell you it would be somewhere in the range, a budget range of $45,000 to $47,000. That's a little more than 1/6 of what we spend on an election for all 6 wards. Some of the costs associated with a ward election are scaled down and do come out to about a 1/6, although you have to remember that Ward 2 is one of the more populous wards, so there are more eligible electors in it. But some of your costs aren't able to be scaled. For instance, the requirement to advertise for certain notices, it's going to cost me the same as a regular election. You know, I'm talking about 6 wards in a regular election, but I have to say the same thing for 1 ward in a by-election.
Okay, so 2 is one of the most populous. Ward 1 is the most popular. Is that what
There you go.
Not quite.
Mr. Clerk, since moving to eScribe, have we seen a positive reduction in our photocopying costs to any degree?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have seen a marked reduction in our photocopy costs. As you recall, we're using some of those savings to pay for the website content position.
So those have come to pass?
But all the savings that we predicted have come to pass, and we're aren't on target to save more than we had originally planned.
Any other questions for the clerk? Seeing none, I think we can move to the planning agenda, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, our first planning item, 7.6.1. We have a motion by Councilors Nero and Shoemaker. Resolve that the report of the planner be received as information and that the applicant's request concerning application A1715 ZOP 592 Old Goulet Bay Road to amend the official plan and rezone the front west 300 meters of the subject property from rural area zone to rural area with a special exception to permit a contractor's yard on the subject property in addition to the uses currently permitted be denied.
Mr. McConnell, can I ask you to give some context to the application for the viewers watching at home?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Council dealt with this application originally on September 28th. The application is for a property on Old Goulet Bay Road to legalize the existing contractor's operation on the property. In September, there were a number of neighbors who appeared in opposition to it, and the applicant requested that Council defer the application until tonight's meeting to give him an opportunity to meet with the neighbors. I do not believe any meetings occurred. The applicant, I understand, is in attendance tonight along with legal counsel for the neighbors. The recommendation from staff that Council deny the application is unchanged.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. The applicant is in attendance tonight. Is the applicant in attendance tonight? If the applicant...
He's waving to the building right now.
So we'll just give him a moment. Sir, we're actually at your item on the agenda. We're at your item on the agenda. If you had any comments you'd like to make in favor of the application, now is the time to make it. Sir, can you please come to the podium? If you could just please introduce yourself, sir, and then if you want a chance to make some representations, feel free.
My name's Terry Wright. As of the last few days, I've leased a building, Meekin Forestry, on McNabb Street. So the business will be transferred to 900 McNabb Street. It's going to take me a couple of weeks, but moving forward on it. That's about all I have to say.
So how does this affect your application, sir? Are you withdrawing your application?
I would guess that's what you would call it.
Can you just confirm that then for the record that you're withdrawing your application?
Withdrawing my application.
Okay. So that would dispose of that matter. Thank you for your attendance today, Mr. Wright.
Okay.
Mr. Shoemaker, I don't expect you need to make any representations. No, thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, we'll move on to the next matter. Mr. Fada? If you'd like, it's no longer in front of us.
Or the reference was made to the fact that there may be other locations that are actually operating contractors' yards, but for whatever reason, sometimes that's only because of the same thing that happened here, is that this one here kept operating without any incident until somebody obviously complained. My concern is that, and I'm trying to address this in terms of the process by which MPAC is the one that normally finds businesses that are operating on any location, whether it be with the zoning or not having the zoning. And my concern is that there are other, it was mentioned that there are other contractors' yards that are operating without the proper zoning, perhaps. And my concern is that this is something that I think our tax department should be on top of through MPAC to make sure that if there are other locations operating such as this one here, then they should be addressed, and we should impress upon MPAC to make sure that that is the case. So that's really my concern here, is that there's others that are operating, perhaps, as we've been told. So that's my concern here at this point.
Duly noted, Councillor Fada. Thank you. Move on to the next matter on planning.
Under Agenda Item 7.6.2, A 1915Z 503 Trunk Road. Motion by Councilors Nero and Shoemaker. Resolved that the report of the Planning Division dated 2015-10-26 be received and that Council approve rezoning the subject property from C4.S-219 General Commercial with a special exception to C4.S-219, general commercial with a special exception, adding a bus depot, taxi, limousine service, and a public transportation yard as an additional permitted use, subject to the following. 1, that no part of the bus depot, taxi, and limousine service and public transportation yard use occur within 55 meters of the nearest residentially zoned property, and that the legal department be directed to prepare the necessary bylaw to effect the same.
Commissioner McConnell, may I please ask you again to give some context to this application for those watching at home?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This application concerns the Howard Johnson Motel on Trunk Road. 3 years ago, in 2012, the applicants approached City Council with a request for rezoning to allow the relocation of the Greyhound bus terminal to the Howard Johnson Motel property. At that time, Council chose to approve a temporary 3-year zoning for the property. As that temporary use is coming to an end, the applicants have applied again, this time for a permanent rezoning, requesting that the same conditions that were applied to the temporary rezoning be carried over to a permanent zoning for the property. The recommendation from staff is to approve, subject to those conditions, and the applicant, I understand, is in attendance tonight.
Thank you. Is the applicant in attendance tonight? Yes. Sir, if you'd like to just approach the microphone, please. Welcome to council, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good.
Members of council, ladies and gentlemen.
You could please introduce yourself.
My name is Kumar Selvaratnam, Director of Operations for Sugarland Lodging Inc., owners of the said property.
Okay. Do you have any additional representation you'd like to make about your application, sir?
Just myself, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any comments you want to make about the application?
Well, we've been operating the bus depot for almost 3 years now, and so far we've been operating it without incident. I haven't had any major complaints being lodged to me.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Is there anybody present that would like to speak in opposition to the application? Ma'am, are you speaking opposed to the application?
Not really, but I'm speaking to the application.
You're speaking to the application? Well, please go ahead. Please approach the microphone. And maybe you could just please introduce yourself to council.
My name is Vivian Burns. I live at 4 Silver Birch Drive, and I have talked to my neighbors, and we've discussed this. So Mr. Kassam approached the city in 2015 seeking a bylaw change, allowing the property to be used as a Greyhound bus depot, and council did indeed grant him a temporary zoning change, and now he seeks a permanent change. And so far, the bus depot has not posed any significant problem, and the need to have taxis available is understandable. Since this temporary zoning has taken place, a new business has developed at the subject property, and that of the U-Haul, with up to 25 vehicles being parked there at one time, ranging from trailers to large full-size moving vans. I understand that this is a permitted use for the property. However, the term public transportation yard is somewhat of a concern. The city website doesn't have any kind of definition for what is or what constitutes a public transportation yard. So the question is just, what does it entail? And without a clear definition, that term could mean almost anything. And in the future, if something needed or wanted to be added, it could come under the term public transportation yard. So if this is to go forward, I would like that to be removed from the wording in the bylaw or the rezoning. And would you please consider these two requests? All activity should be taking place at the front of the building, which would be on the side of Trunk Road, so that it would be as far away from the residential area as possible. And the second request is that a solid 6-foot fence be erected as a visual barrier between the parking lot and Silver Birch Drive to buffer noise and also to provide additional safety in case in the future any possible problems occur from people walking through that, are just passing through. And so really the people on Silver Birch have said to me that they would be just fine with this rezoning as long as those conditions, not conditions, requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McConnell, did you want to speak to either of those requests?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, I would like to just acknowledge Mrs. Burns is correct. U-Haul is a permitted use on the property as a commercial zone. She raised the issue of the definition of a public transportation yard, and I think in the last few days this has been discussed with a number of people, and she's quite correct. There is no definition of a public transportation yard in the city's zoning bylaw. The intent, I think, was that it would be some sort of a regulated business that would require government approval. But I think her request under the circumstances to delete that as a permitted use is quite reasonable. It still allows the operation of the bus depot, taxi, limousine service, and the U-Haul to remain. But it would clarify things, I think, in case we are dealing with this issue again in the future. With regards to her two requests, that things be kept as far away from the residential area, that the commercial uses be placed as close to the front of the property as possible, we've dealt that. We have dealt with that, being that we have prohibited those uses within 55 meters of the nearest residentially zoned property. In other words, they have to be very much towards the front of the Howard Johnson property. With regards to a solid 6-foot fence along the Silver Birch Road, that's definitely a possibility. It could be added as a condition. There's sort of two schools of thought on this. One is, well, let's put up a fence and it will look nice and we'll be quite separate from that. The other one is that not having a fence there allows for better visual or better viewing of the area to the back of the hotel, because obviously everyone driving by or walking by on Silver Birch can see if there's any problems going on. Generally in the past on things like this, council has gone with the wishes of the neighbors. If that is what council wishes to do, then we need to add, as a condition of the zoning approval, the requirement for a solid 6-foot fence along the Silver Birch Road allowance.
What kind of distance are we talking?
It's significant. It'd be a couple hundred feet.
Councillor Butland, you had a question or comment?
Question to Kumar. He and I have had pleasant conversations in the last couple of weeks, and my question has been the same, and it is the same tonight. Are you prepared to build a 6-foot fence?
I could take that as a request to the owners. Right now, the concern about the U-Haul, I was not made aware by any of the neighbors as of yet, so I've heard that now. One of the options could be, we have ample space at the said property, so we could always park any U-Haul vehicles on the other side or the east side of the property or in the front, at the front. So that way that issue of vehicles being seen can be eliminated. That can be done as soon as today. The fence itself, I mean, if it is a condition, we will always honor that. We've been managing the property itself, listening to owners. Like some time ago, one of the owners had raised a concern about a pool shed, and we actually got the whole thing renovated to the entire satisfaction of the neighbor. So as such, the concerns of the neighbors is of paramount importance to us. If it is a condition, then we will definitely abide by that. And then also, while doing some renovations to the property, the building, we could also consider doing the fence also as part of that budget. And that'll be more bearable for us at this point as well.
Councillor Butland?
Well, I was hoping it would go this way. I didn't think it would be that easy. Are you giving us the undertaking that, in fact, with the renovations of the backside of the hotel, and I think you know what we're talking about.
Yes.
And the fence would go with that. you would be
So
prepared?
as of now, I can also put in the request so that that's part of our renovation budget when we do it. If that's okay with all parties concerned, of course.
Can we, I'm sorry.
Do we have any, yeah, so we'll get to that, Councilor Butler. Do we have any additional questions, Council? Councilor Shoemaker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder, perhaps the planning director can comment. Does it need to be a fence necessarily? I mean, could it be, shrubs or something of that nature? I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of options to create a visual barrier.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, the fence is obviously the best visual barrier that you can get. You from an aesthetic viewpoint, the fence requires ongoing maintenance. The option to that would be to simply plant some trees, but I don't think that would, and from a street view profile, that would probably look much better, and over the years would only get better as the trees grow and develop. But I don't think that would achieve the neighbor's objective, which is to have a complete visual barrier.
But is the intention of the visual barrier so that you don't see the back of what may be a hotel that needs some upgrades, or is the intent of the visual barrier so that you don't see the activity happening in front of the hotel? Because I understand it, whatever he's doing or whatever the company he represents doing it, they have to do it if they have to be 55 meters away from the residential neighborhood, which would likely put them in front of the hotel, would it not?
It does. It puts them sort of in line with the front portion of the hotel. I think the concern as to what the neighbors are trying to achieve is a question that's better asked to Mrs. Burns.
Mrs. Burns? For clarity, what's the purpose of the fence? Is it so you don't have to look at the back of the hotel? Because the hotel's been there for...
Well, if you want me to be candid, I can tell you that the back of the hotel is pretty much an eyesore, has been for many years.
I'm getting that impression.
And it's it's not kept up. There is an embankment where the parking lot ends and it slopes downwards. And that part of the property is always overgrown with weeds. It was only cut once all summer. And then all you can see from Silver Birch Drive is just a fleet of vehicles. And
behind the hotel?
Yeah, well, beside and close to behind. And there are often transport trucks parked at the back. So, it's just it seemed to be an easy way to compromise and make everybody happy, to put up a fence. Put up a fence. We've gone through this before and requested this before. And obviously we didn't get anywhere. But it's a problem that doesn't go away.
To answer the question, it's partly because of the new activity, but it's also partly because the back of this motel is not well kept.
And 55 meters is what, 170 feet?
Yeah.
Do you count the road in that 170 feet? Because if it was 170 feet, there are people that are pretty close to that. So, but I mean, the big thing is get it in the front so we don't see or hear the activity. That's okay.
I understand.
And so far, as I mentioned earlier, it hasn't been a problem. But it's really, it's just ugly back there. And that shed that Kumar referred to it was great that it was redone because it had been falling down for years. I don't know how it didn't fall down. It had rotted away, basically. So that's really good that that's been done. But that's just a little tiny thing that has been improved. And I think the fence needs to be done. And that's what the neighbors want, and that's their request through me.
Councillor Christian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my questions was just answered, but I could tell you that when the original application came forward and it was approved for temporary rezoning, one of the first problems that I attended to there was the condition of the property. So, and just to support what the lady is saying, that Ms. Burns is saying, it's a visual thing because I've attended to complaints about the refuge collection area at the back, overflow, or stuff falling all over the place. So this has been an ongoing issue for 3 years now. So I understand what the intent is and why they're requesting it. So just for my part.
Councillor Butland?
Yes. There's a history to this one. I have a 30-year history, and the complaints basically have been the same. And I don't want to be negative. I think he's a good guy, and he's giving us an undertaking. But driving by yesterday, there is still garbage strewn along the property. There's a couple half-colored yellow stones back there. It is very displeasing, unaesthetic, that's for sure. And these 20 U-Hauls, we say, well, we'll move them to the front. Remember, this is a hotel, and they take up a whole lot of space. So that's going to be at the front of the hotel. You can't put it at the side because there's an abandoned swimming pool there that is in complete, absolute disarray. The property should be cleaned up. I don't think there's any, and I think you will look after that. The fence, I think, will make a good neighbor and everybody, the residents in that area, happy. And they have not been very outspoken about this or saying this has to be done. I think they've been understanding and have dealt with it. And the majority of the people who live on Silver Birch have been there forever. So I think that's the solution. Hopefully you will address it. Thank you.
Any more comments, Council? So as the report currently stands, there's no condition to require the applicant to build a fence. So it would have to be amended if that was the will of Council. Somebody would have to move that and second that. If I don't see any mover, Councillor Butland, you're moving that? Councillor Christian, you're seconding it? So Mr. McConnell, maybe if you could assist with how that would be phrased or worded?
Mr. Mayor, I think the resolution is fine if we could just add 2 changes to it, subject to sort of 1, delete the reference to a public transportation yard as an additional permitted use from the resolution, and 2, that a 6-foot-high visually solid fence, maybe visually solid wooden fence, be required along the Silver Birch frontage. Sorry, I was speaking a bit fast. Would you like me to try that again?
That's if Mr. Clerk has it. I was trying to keep track of whether or not he was getting this down.
Just the second clause, Mr. McConnell.
That a 6-foot-high, visually solid wooden fence be required along the Silver Birch Drive frontage.
Are those amendments friendly to you, Mr. Councillor Butland, and you, Councillor Christian? Do you have those amendments, Mr. Clerk? So it's Councillor Shoemaker.
Just a curiosity question to Mr. McConnell. The requirement to have a wooden fence as opposed to, I know they have visually solid plastic fences. What's with the wooden fence?
I was repeating the suggestion actually from Mrs. Burns. Plastic fence can be quite nice, but we've also seen attempts at fences that are not so nice. So maybe it's.
Yeah.
I think staff, if council would be content to let staff use their own good judgment on that, we would probably end up with something quite satisfactory.
I think that would be preferable. So, Council, are you comfortable or familiar with the motion that's before us? Can we have a vote on the motion then? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, sir. So that's the extent of our planning agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct.
So we'll move to there's only one matter left on our agenda besides the bylaws, and that's 5.4. So just for clarity, Council, a number of you have contacted me in the last couple of days and asked me how we were going to organize this meeting or how it would be conducted with respect to the items on the agenda. So to be clear, the Chief is going to speak to the chief's report. The chief won't be taking questions at the beginning because I think the majority of the questions are going to be for the chief. A number of you called me and indicate you have numerous questions. So the chief will speak to his report in full. He'll give his report. Once the chief is done giving his report, we'll have the delegations an opportunity to speak. So that gives the delegations the benefit of having heard the chief's report. So the chief will speak, and then we'll have the delegation from the Sault Ste. Marie Firefighters Association, which I believe is Mr. Knopik. He'll speak. When Mr. Knopik is done speaking, any questions you have for Mr. Knopik can be asked at that time. And then I believe after Mr. Knopik's done, we might have a delegation from Unifor, which is the union that represents the paramedics. I believe Mr. Olson might be present. Mr. Olson will be given the opportunity to speak. After Mr. Olson speaks, you can ask Mr. Olson questions. Once those two delegations are done, we'll be returning to the chief, and then we'll go through our questioning for the chief. Now, a number of you have significant questions. Some of you have called me and said, I have 15 questions, I have 20 questions, I have 25 questions. I think I have to be fair and give all of you a chance to ask the questions. So what I was thinking would be most appropriate was I would limit the number of questions each of you are able to ask on your first go-around. But if you have questions on your list that are not answered, I'll come back to you. So I will limit every councillor's questions. Every councillor will get an opportunity to ask the same number of questions. And when we're done asking the chief those questions, if you have questions that have not been asked, I will go back to you and you can have your questions asked. It's my intention that every one of you will have every one of the questions you might have tonight asked and answered. So that's the basis upon which we're going to proceed. Is everybody clear with that? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chief, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, this will be my third report to you. Back in my first report, we talked about me doing a complete, comprehensive 360 review of the department and bringing back to you what I thought and what my recommendations would be moving forward. So you have my report before you. I'll give you a quick capsule comment through a PowerPoint on the salient points of that report, and we'll go from there. This first slide here, I've split it down the middle, EMS and fire on one side. This is the risk I've identified that the city has. We have 12,000 calls in 2014 for EMS, which is trending up, and these calls have doubled in 10 years. On the fire side, we've had 2,500 calls in 2014, trending down. 3.5% of those calls are fire, 30% are medical. Fires are down 40% in 10 years and over 80% in 30 years. The staff complement on EMS is 32 from 2010 to 2014, and the staff complement on fire is 88 in that same period of time, 2010 to 2014. On the EMS side, we have 8 on duty during the day and 6 on duty during the night. And on fire, we have 17 on duty 24/7. On the EMS side, we have regular periods where ambulances are unavailable to attend for a cumulative average of almost an hour a day. On the fire side, we have response times of 6 minutes and with 10 to 13 firefighters, and that will remain the same. On the EMS side, this proposal, this new model, this realignment of resources will allow us to meet our critical call response times of 6 to 8 minutes and have ambulances available all the time, 12 medics on duty during the day and 8 medics on duty during the night. On the fire side, again, just to delineate some of the calls, 30% of those calls are false alarms, 25% are considered public assist or public hazards, and 5% are rescue calls. So this is the risk I've identified. I'm now going to take you through how I believe and recommend to you we should deal with this risk moving forward. So my role as the fire chief is to advise council on a whole host of issues, but at the end of the day, my role is to advise you on how to manage the risk and liability facing EMS calls. And I've looked at this by how do we effectively and efficiently use existing resources to adapt to present, current, and future customer service demands which is largely on the EMS side. We need to have a significant realignment and reallocation of resources aligned to these needs, an effort and focus to achieve high performance and better service. Okay, the impact of my recommendations and this report is to recommend a service level improvement opportunity with no impact to service levels. EMS coverage will ensure ambulance availability meets demands, and response time and firefighters on scene for a standard residential fire remain unchanged. Although not an impetus for this proposal, it is suspected there will be some financial savings related to EMS improvement in EMS response time and service quality. This alignment can be accomplished through attrition over a 3-year period beginning in 2016 and 2018, and is intended to be implemented with input from all the stakeholders, both fire and EMS. Again, on some of the background, on the fire call side, actual property fires are approximately 1 to 2 a week, which is 3 to 4% of total calls. Medical assist, rescue, and general assistance are 55% of calls. Fire alarms amount to 30% of calls, and total calls for 2014 are 2,600. EMS calls, on the other hand, are averaging this year in 2014 12,000 calls, which is up 100% 2004. We are regularly without ambulance availability and fail to meet our mandated response times. The 20-year trend for fire continues to be down and up for EMS. On the EMS side, another risk I've identified is there is no competent supervisor under occupational health and safety on the EMS side. The present work group leaders, which are de facto supervisors, are actually involved in the calls. So when they're on a call, they cannot in fact supervise. This is a risk to us under occupational health and safety, and we require a standalone supervisor on the EMS side. Like I mentioned earlier, in that first slide, we'll have an additional 8 paramedics to ensure availability of 6 ambulances during the day and 4 ambulances during the night. I draw your attention to this chart here. Basically what it shows in a nutshell is that by the time the fire is detected, we're alerted, we prepare, we respond, we travel time, we get to the scene, we prepare to attack the fire. The fire has grown exponentially prior to us even arriving and intervening in the fire. So how do we manage this risk? One of the major issues that we need to deal with, and is the first line of defense under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, is public education. The key to that is smoke alarms and escape plans. That's what's going to save your life. That's going to prevent casualties from a fire, the number one risk factor. Residential sprinklers, we can move to that later on when we talk about new building construction. It's about changing behaviors. To use the analogy of car seat belts. When the car seat belt law first came into effect, nobody after getting used to the new law would ever get into a car without putting their seat belt on. We need to have a change in behavior so that in this city, nobody would ever go to sleep at night without an active smoke alarm and a escape plan in their home. That requires aggressive education and enforcement, which is going to require 2 additional public education officers, for which we have no one dedicated to public education. It's a shared role between the existing fire prevention officers. The next role, and on the front line, is there needs to be a more active and proactive involvement of firefighters in public education and prevention. It needs to become a primary focus in duty, not a proactive response to fires. And by way of information, to expand on that earlier chart, when a fire does happen, the detection and reporting function, it is variable depending on what time of day, who sees it, when they see it. They make the call, so we have dispatch and turnout, which can take anywhere from a minute to a minute and a half. This is after, of course, the fire has been detected.
Travel time can be 2 to 3 minutes on average. Setup time at the scene is a minute. Therefore, it's taken us 4 to 5.5 minutes to intervene in a fire. The salient point from this is these timelines for response make it imperative that residents be responsible for their own safety. As the absence of smoke alarms and an escape plan make it highly unlikely that occupants will survive the rapid growth of fire, heat, and toxic gases. So managing the risk from a response point of view. While fires are down, we still have a 3% occurrence of fires, like I said before, about 1 to 2 per week. A complement of 13 properly trained firefighters and equipped are required for a basic residential fire that can respond in 6 minutes. This remains unchanged. This has been the standard for quite a while. While we can respond with 10, we usually respond with 13, but the bare minimum for a house fire is 10. By placing 13 on duty, that provides a 30% redundancy from the present 17, which provides a 70% redundancy, which is not required. Flexible scheduling, often referred to as system status management, fluid staffing, or dynamic deployment, long time in use by our EMS brothers and sisters and the police, has proved effective in providing the required service, managing the cost while matching available resources to customer needs and managing the risk. By way of education, a standard response to a house fire requires 10. You require somebody for water supply, somebody to be in command, and then you have 4 teams of 2 that can be used as required on the fire ground. I put in the rescue, back up to the rescue team, to manage an exposure, or to ladder a building. And the tactics that these 10 firefighters will use are sizing it up, performing a rescue, dealing with exposures from the fire, confining the fire, extinguishing the fire, and in through all that, they can ventilate, salvage, and overhaul. These tactics go by various terms: Rule of 8, RCEO, Slicer RS. The tactics have been around for years. They've been rearranged. They've been called different things, but this is the standard tactic on the fire ground. So how are we going to continue to manage this risk? Council has the authority under Section 2.2(1) of the Fire Protection and Prevention Act to determine the level of service provided to the community. In the face of continuing rising costs, services and the priority to protect life and property must be based on real call experience, actual risk, and the likelihood of an event occurring. Balancing the risk with fiscal concerns, managing the risk based on calls for service, the likelihood and realistic expectations, rather than maintaining resources for rare, extreme, or historical circumstances, provides a rationale for this level of service. So my recommendations to you on the overall realignment is that we will continue to have 10 respond to a fire at minimum. We will have 13 on shift from the present 17. We will continue to run with 3 to 4 per truck, as is presently the practice, and our response time will still be within the 6 minutes. The platoon complement at 17 from the present 22. There are presently 5 vacancies, and the remainder through attrition through 2016 to 2018 for a total of 16. Our communication room is vastly outdated and under-resourced, and we can buy and contract a more better efficient service through the Central Ambulance Communication Center, which will free up 4 positions which now sit in that communication room for 7 calls a day. I also asked to ask these numbers of 20 to reallocate to the following: 8 paramedics, 4 paramedic supervisors, 2 public education officers, a training officer, a mechanic, an emergency planning officer, and 3 additional allocations as the need arises, either identified through this process of 3 years or eliminated in the end if not required. And again, from the first slide, this is a risk I've identified, and I've just taken you through how I proposed to manage that risk.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Konopik? Welcome to Council. You had requested the opportunity to present a delegation on behalf of the Firefighters Association. I thought it most appropriate we do it at this time on the agenda, so I welcome you to make your representations. All of the material, Mr. Konopik, that you provided to the city clerk has been provided to the councillors, and they have access to all the material.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity today. Sault Ste. Marie Professional Firefighters Association appreciates this opportunity to be here this evening to speak to you to a proposal that's frankly, in our view, it's a dangerous and misguided plan that will have negative impact on public safety and firefighter safety. Slashing 20 firefighter positions in our city is a major reduction that constitutes almost 25% of our firefighters, our frontline strength. There's no doubt whatsoever that it will limit what we are able to do when we arrive at the door when somebody calls 911. Whether it's a residential fire where people's property is at risk and someone may be trapped and in need of rescue, a commercial or industrial fire where people's livelihoods are at stake, or medical emergencies such as a heart attack where every second counts. Or it could be a hazmat call where the speed and level of response dramatically affect the outcome. Or an ice water rescue where someone is in distress and needs immediate help. Or a highway accident where victims need to be extricated quickly so that they can be sent to hospital. You see, we do more than just fires, a lot more. Cutting almost 25% of our frontline resources will negatively impact our ability to do all these things. Where is the risk assessment that will tell the citizens of the city exactly how long it will take firefighters to reach the door in an emergency once almost 25% of the frontline staff are gone? Where is the assessment of whether there will be enough firefighters on scene quickly enough to perform rescue and other important fireground tasks within the crucial first 5 minutes of a fire? Or how will it affect the ability to respond to medical calls or hazmat incidents or industrial accidents? Where is the document that tells homeowners and business owners how much their insurance rates will go up as a result of the scheme? The truth is that the Chief's plan was developed without any proper assessment. There has been no prior consultation, not with firefighters, not with homeowners, and not with business owners whose safety, property, livelihoods, and insurance rates stand to be affected. The relegation of firefighters to a third line of defense who fight the occasional fire, to quote the Chief's report, is a dangerous plan that makes firefighting in our city defensive, not offensive. It invites major catastrophe for those fires that do occur. That raises another question. It's one thing to debate the effectiveness of 10 firefighters for a residential home. It's already below the applicable NFPA standard for fire department response and public safety, which is NFPA 1710. But don't forget, our community has hospitals, seniors residents, schools, apartment buildings, industrial facilities, and high occupancy, high risk structures. Evacuating seniors at a nursing home, for example, requires a maximum amount of personnel on scene quickly. because most seniors are simply not able to evacuate themselves. According to research by Underwriters Laboratory, today's residential fires burn 8 times hotter and faster than in the past, and actually require faster and better response. I certainly don't see any acknowledgement of that in the chief's report. We call on council to hit the pause button on this plan and delay the formal action until it is properly studied and its full ramifications on public safety, firefighter safety, and insurance rates are known. The people and business owners of Sault Ste. Marie have a right to know these things and a right to have a voice in the process and deserve no less. Sault Ste. Marie residents pay just 66 cents a day per household for 24/7 response from the fire department, from skilled professionals who are on scene of any emergency in minutes. It's a tremendous value and extremely cost efficient. The realignment outlined in the report will save taxpayers pennies a day, if anything. In fact, if their insurance rates rise, it may in turn cost them dollars a day. Who knows? Again, this hasn't been studied. The last fire underwriter survey of our city was in 1989. So it would seem we're due one of these days. I have to wonder if residents and business owners might be in for a shock when they get their insurance premium notices after 25% of their fire department has disappeared. We understand an element of this plan is to take away fire department resources and divert it to ambulance. We fully agree with EMS response. But not at the expense of a fire department and the role that firefighters play in keeping the city safe every day. We already respond to some medical calls, and we often arrive on scene before ambulances do. In fact, a number of years ago, Chief Filiola successfully pioneered a system that gave firefighters elsewhere in Ontario enhanced medical capabilities in order to alleviate EMS issues. The chief asserts another rationale of this plan is that the city is concerned about its liability to ambulance employees under Bill C-45. The liability the city should be concerned about under Bill C-45 is the slashing of frontline fire resources and consequently firefighter safety below any recognized standards. We also caution that the chief's report to council refers to the Ontario Fire Marshal's 10 and 10 guideline, a vague document that suggested it was acceptable to have 10 firefighters on scene in 10 minutes. This does not exist anymore. That was replaced by the operational and official guide to matching resource deployment and risk, which I've given to all council to review. When pressed by the municipalities asking for clear guidance on emergency response, the OFM backed away from the 10 and 10 and eventually scrapped it. Similarly, the dynamic or fluid staffing model the chief suggests for the fire department in his report to council is hardly being used anywhere in North America due to concerns about whether it's valid in an industry where the location, time, size of the emergencies simply cannot be predicted. In closing, you have the responsibility to protect the lives and property of the citizens of this great city. You have an obligation to listen to their voices when you make decisions that affect their safety and their property. You have a duty to work with stakeholders and to conduct a proper risk assessment so that all of us can make an informed decisions about our city department that probably has the most important service there is. We sent out a questionnaire to each of you, the CAO, and the chief, asking for details about how these cuts would affect public safety. The chief has yet to respond. Members of council, I ask yourself, do you believe in good conscience that you have enough information to make such an important decision. In the name of public safety, put the brakes on this misguided plan until we know exactly what the full impact will be. I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you have.
Councilor Christian, you were the first with your hand up. Go ahead. Councilor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an important issue, so I hope you'll indulge me with just a little preamble if you don't mind. Just real quick.
It's going to eat into your time for questions.
No, I don't start the clock yet. First of all, I want to thank firefighters and EMS and police services. In all of this, we can't lose the fact that we have some very important people in our community that I know everybody appreciates having. I can't imagine having to step into a fire and do what you guys do. So regardless of what happens, I think it's important that I share that thought. Every once in a while, we have these divisive issues that come forward. And unfortunately, some people are going to be happy and some people are not going to be happy. And generally what happens is people go into their own camps. This is the way it is, this is the way it should be, and we kind of take our stance. I'm not an expert in EMS, I'm not an expert in fire, but all I hope to do is ask the questions I need to make sure that my family's safe, let alone my constituents. If you ask my wife, she'll tell you I don't know many things, but I know two things. One is that I'm going into this with an open mind. I know lots of firefighters, but I'm still going to do what I think is right. I know the chief, but I'm going to do what I think is right. And I need to make an informed decision based on the facts. So with that said, I'd like to ask a few questions. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Knopik. You said that this plan will limit what you can do at a residential fire. Can you be more specific about what you mean with 10 firefighters attending a fire based on this plan? How is that going to limit your ability to deal with the fire?
If we can talk about quickly the NFPA standard, which is the National Fire Protection Agency standard.
Right.
They have recommendations on staffing levels for different types of fires and responses. This is a standard that references the Ontario Building Code references NFPA standards. The Fire Code references it. Ontario College has adopted it for their curriculum. Our fire inspectors use it for enforcement, and our fire department uses it for a training standard. The old 10 and 10 standard was abolished. They don't use it anymore. With less firefighters than recommended, you cannot effectively go in and extinguish a house fire or effect a rescue. These are standards that we're talking about for a single-family dwelling, a home. Like I said, we don't just fight fires, and we don't just fight fires in homes. There's apartments, there's buildings, there's industry. To not have enough firefighters on scene in a quick amount of time, you're not going to be able to, it switches from a offensive attack to a defensive, a surround and drown, if you want to say. The results of the surround and drown is inflated damages and costs associated with it. Not on, on top of which the risk to life. You're putting not only the public at risk by not being able to go inside and do an offensive fire attack or rescue. You're putting firefighters at risk because you don't have the proper resources for these people to go in.
So you're saying that there's not enough people involved in the 10-person fire fighting, and the chief is saying essentially that there is, but he's identified 2 people for rescue.
And I'm saying, don't take my word for it. There's a standard out there. It's an NFPA standard that's adopted by the Fire Marshal's office that makes recommendations out there on what we should have for staffing it.
Heart attacks, and I really don't know this, I need to understand. What can firefighters do if somebody's having an apparent heart attack? What can you do as a firefighter if somebody's having a heart attack? You attend to what appears to be a heart attack. What can you do?
We can get there quick. Fire departments are strategically located in 4 points of the city. If there's a fire or a heart attack or a call around the corner of any one of our fire departments, we're there quick. We have defibs where we can shock the heart and get the heart back into a
That's
normal
if
rhythm.
they're out of it. But if I'm having chest pains, I'm ready to black out. Can you do anything besides? I know that's pretty extreme defibrillation, but can you do anything in between? I'm just trying to get a sense of what you mentioned. Heart attacks. I just want to understand what it is that you'll do as a firefighter.
Again, outside of the defib, you're talking about, we have oxygen on scene. We do a very basic stabilization for the patient.
Okay. Ice water rescue. How many of those a year do you guys handle?
That stat might be better for the chief to answer.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
Do we know how the underwriters' evaluation affects rates? I can understand the theory behind if it's argued that there's not enough fire coverage, that an underwriter might classify the city as perhaps being underserviced or whatever words you want to use. But do we know how it directly impacts insurance rates, or is it simply an opinion? I don't understand how that works, especially since we haven't had a rating in so many years. I'm just wondering how much weight the insurance industry gives it. You said 1989, that's like decades ago.
26 years. 26 years.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how much weight the insurance industry gives it. I don't know.
Again, you have a fire underwriter survey that's 26 years old. I don't know exactly how much is going to affect our insurance rates. I don't think anybody knows. I think that's a great question that we should have answered.
Okay. You said there was no input from firefighters, et cetera. There was no dialogue, nothing.
These staffing levels, we found out at last Monday's meeting with the CEO and Commissioner of Human Resources and the chief.
Okay.
CEO Horstman had promised me a report, which he got me on the following Wednesday. And short of that, we have no knowledge that this was coming down.
Okay. But I have two more questions and I'm done.
Okay, that's it. I got a long list of people that threw their hands up, Councilor
For
Christian.
now. Seniors evacuations, how many have we had to do there? I'm assuming that there's a smoke detector goes off or something and we have to evacuate seniors from the building. How often do we do that?
Those type of stats, I think maybe the chief would be a better person to offer their
Okay, I'll ask that
specific
question
stats.
later. And final one, there's you make the point that we need to vet this information. How do you propose to do that, I guess, is the question. I lay that on your lap. How do you see it going forward? What are you asking us, and how do you get to the point where you get the right information out?
Right now, I've been speaking to the recently retired Ontario Fire Marshal. Currently, here in Ontario, we do not have a fire marshal. I think there's a job search on Canada-wide looking for one. Every one of the Ontario Fire Marshals' public safety guidelines are currently under review, except for the city's risk assessment model that's still in effect. I think at the very least, we need a third-party comprehensive risk assessment done to the potential risks in Sault Ste.
I have one follow-up question.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Christian. If no one else asks it, we'll come back to you. Councillor Bruni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Konopik, for your presentation. I guess I want to piggyback off Councillor Christian, since he was first on the floor and he took a few of our questions away.
Sorry.
That's okay, even though you had 15 minutes. We lost Terry Sheehan, but we gained another person here. Anyways, on a serious note here. I guess I want to go back to the question regarding how much input did the Firefighters Association have with this document that the fire chief has presented to council. You said you were not aware of it until last Monday when you met with the CAO, the mayor, and the fire chief.
The mayor wasn't. I wasn't.
Well, I'm sorry. Okay. So there was no other communication with this. This was a complete surprise to the association?
100% complete surprise. There was zero input from the association. There was zero input sought by the association for this report.
Okay. You mentioned regarding the fire services for EMS, the fire chief, in his past responsibilities, he introduced the EMS with firefighters. Is that correct? Is that what you mentioned or stated?
I think you had indicated you pioneered something.
He pioneered?
Yeah. So in a previous department that the chief was chief of, he increased the firefighter skill set in the EMS portion of it to give them greater responsibilities and skills and capabilities at that department.
Okay. Can a commander on shift supervise EMS staff members? Because I noticed he has 4 on. 4.
Those type of questions, if I can provide a little context.
Yeah, please.
And I'm sorry if I didn't introduce myself before, but many of you already know me. I'm a firefighter for Sault Ste. Marie Fire Services. I'm in my 22nd year now. I'm, most recently promoted to a driver's position where I would drive the area apparatus. As far as questions like that, as far as management questions on how they can manage and over the 2 different entities, fire and EMS, questions like that will probably, the chief can probably answer those.
I'll redirect it to him. Reading several of our emails, they mentioned the Winnipeg model. Can you elaborate a little bit on the Winnipeg model?
The Winnipeg model is, they have a fire chief by the name of John Lane. They're quite advanced in their fire and EMS services where every fire truck in Winnipeg has a primary care paramedic on their truck. So their skill set and their abilities as a fire service are increased that much because of the skill set. That's in addition to the EMS model where they would have ambulances and paramedics on scene.
You mentioned 66 cents a day for fire services. How accurate is that number? Or do I have to ask our Commissioner of Finance?
That number was based on the average property tax assessment, which I got in Sault Ste. Marie, which I got from your tax office. I used the calculator on the city website, which determines based on that amount how much you pay for the different services in Sault Ste. Marie, police, fire, garbage collection, and so on, and then just calculated that amount, which brought us to 66 cents a day for fire that you pay for fire service alone.
Okay. I guess I'll have one more question and a comment, and I think there's a lot more questions that will come up. But if your association had input with the fire chief. Would you be close to the presentation that he's providing, or no?
I think the chief's recommendation of slashing the fire department by 25% is reckless. I think you put lives, firefighters' lives, and the public's lives at risk. If you're looking for efficiencies in the department, I'm sure there could be efficiencies found in there. From a budgetary standpoint, again, I'm a firefighter. I know how to go and put out firefighters and rescue people. That's what we do. But from a budgetary standpoint, it might be better for the experts.
With this number that he's proposing, it's a question, sorry. With this number that,
If this is the last one, Councilor Bruni, make it good.
why does Councilor Christian have 20 minutes and everybody else has 5?
Mine are better.
Yes. Now I lost the train of thought, but hang on here. It didn't take long. I'll make a comment now. You know what? I find this a very, very serious thing when you have the Firefighters Association here and you have the fire chief with the supporting staff. And I can see in the next several years that the working relationship will not be there. And I'm very sad about that because our firefighters, our fire chief, everybody, you have a goal here. You're respected community members, leaders in our community. You do such a fantastic job for charity, etc. And I sit here tonight and I can feel the tension, and I understand, but I guess my comment is, if it's true, and I will ask questions to the fire chief, is that you didn't work together and come up with a proposal, and that I'm disappointed in. But hopefully I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, and it's too bad because all these faces here, we all basically know everybody, but to have this tension, it's hard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and Council, we're going to give everybody an opportunity for comments at the end before we vote on the matter, so if we could just reserve them, please. Councillor Turco?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think my time has been used by the previous 2 councillors, and it's good to see that Councillor Sheehan's not here. Just kidding. Are we going to ask the chief questions later?
Yeah, the questions now are just for Mr. Knopic.
Okay, to Marty, thank you very much for the, Councillor Bruni alluded to the charity work you're doing in Sault Ste. Marie and the area, and I've worked alongside you folks for many years, going back to former firefighter Eric Ellis-Andrini, and of course your big cause, the Muscular Dystrophy Association. I got a couple of questions here. How did you get this slashing, how did you come up with that figure? A couple of emails I got mentioned that we're, slashing 20 firefighters. How did you arrive at that? Was it mentioned directly in the report, or?
Well, I think that the report, what the report indicates, Councillor Turco, is that there would be a reduction of 20 suppression officers. There would be an addition of a number of staff, 17 at least, some of those staff back into the fire department. So I don't actually think the representation that it's a 25% reduction in the fire department is entirely accurate, because some of the
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to hear from.
Well, I think he got it from the report.
From
is that
Marty.
correct, Mr. Knopic?
So
He's asking where you got the number 20 from.
Yeah, the
25% or 20?
We're from the chief's report, and just if I can, just for a point of clarification, he's proposing it reducing 20 frontline firefighting positions, and that in effect is almost 25% of our fire suppression. He has a couple of positions on there that he looks at relocating within the fire department, but he is slashing 20 firefighters.
All right. About the proper assessment consultation, I guess you were referring to, right? Community consultation through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking personally. The emails I received and a couple of phone calls that I received, a number of them, or even most of them, were either employees, former employees, family members who And nothing wrong, we're all taxpayers. But the public at large, in my humble 15 years that I've been here, when we've had situations like this, the public at large really responded, which you alluded to the fact that it involves every family member in Sault Ste. Marie, the hard work that you do. Why would you think that we didn't get the response, at least in my personal opinion, from the community at large?
Go, Mr. Konopik, go ahead. Folks, I'd ask in the audience if you could please keep the comments, as quiet as possible so that the councillors can ask their questions of the respective delegations that we have here. Mr. Konopik, go ahead.
I can speak to you as a firefighter at Sault Ste. Marie Fire Service, as the president of our association. And I can tell you that I just found out about it Monday, that they were slashing 20 fire positions. And then I had to wait till Wednesday afternoon before I got the 5-page report from the chief outlining how these positions were cut. And I am front line and center to this type of thing. So I can only imagine that the citizens of Sault Ste. Marie would be even more unaware than I was being involved.
Thank you. And just to follow up, and you figure by tonight's meeting, we should get a different kind of response then?
I would hope that my questions here and the questions that are unanswered here, the public would take heed and not expect the fire department that they have today.
And by the way, one more follow-up question, Mr. Mayor. Not as many as my previous two, Councillor. I see a number of firefighters in the audience. Who's watching the stations tonight?
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was discussion of the, this is your word, applicable NFPA standard, and that's the standard 1710. Is this a requirement that the fire chief must follow?
That is a national standard, a recommendation of what we should be following for deployment purposes, for the Ontario Building Code, for the Ontario Fire Code, for the Ontario Fire College, and our local inspections for enforcement, our local training. We follow it for every other instance. So I would say it only makes sense that you would follow it for deployment purposes as well.
So, Councillor Schumer, 1 second. Just for the purposes of the people watching at home, we're using a lot of acronyms, and I think for the general public, that could be lost in the general public. So I think it's NFPA 1710. Could you just please indicate what NFPA stands for those watching at home?
NFPA stands for National Fire Protection Agency.
Okay.
And I have a question to the chief on the NFPA's role, but I guess to reiterate my question, is the chief required to follow this standard by law?
I think perhaps the chief would be a better person to answer that for you.
You mentioned seniors' homes, evacuating seniors' homes, you said requires, quote, your word, massive amounts of staff on the scene quickly. As I understood the chief's presentation, 10 firefighters are immediately deployed when there's a call currently, correct?
Not necessarily, no. It depends on...
Perhaps I can... 17 are on staff, right, across the city?
Right now, we're maintaining a minimum on-duty staffing of 17.
So if there's a call which requires a massive amount of staff, the most you could right now send is 17. Would you agree?
Initially. Okay. Actually, I'm sorry, thank you. 16. Our communications room right now is manned by a firefighter as well.
Okay. So the chief's recommendation to reduce the number in a, and I get these words wrong, platoon or command. I'm not sure which one of it is that holds 17, but to reduce that to 13 would result in, since the current number is 16, would result in 3 less people being able to respond immediately. Well, if we're at 16, we're going down to 13. That's 3, correct?
Councilor Shoemaker, yeah, I think that those questions could also be asked of the chief.
Okay. And the other question, and it's you've referred at various times to either slashing or cutting 25% of the department. But my understanding from the report is, and I just would like to know your perspective, nobody who currently is employed as a firefighter will lose their position, is my understanding of this. Is that your understanding of this?
My understanding of this is that we would have less firefighters on duty to respond to calls with this report if it takes place.
But none of these folks. Is it your understanding that any of these folks would lose their job?
That's correct.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Yeah, to be clear, Councilor Shoemaker, none of the current operation would change. All the firefighters would still have their jobs. Councilor Romano?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Knopik. I've taken a whole bunch of notes here. I had a sort of plan of attack, but I think I'll just sort of shoot from the hip, they say. What is your main goal here tonight? Number one goal of yours?
My main goal here tonight is to have council seek a comprehensive risk assessment on Sault Ste. Marie. The Fire Marshal's Office, and I have provided you an example of what they use. They use a deployment risk analysis matrix, which outlines what's involved or what's entailed into this risk assessment. What would this look like with these cuts? How is this going to affect us? I would want council to look into and get all the information that they need to make a proper decision on this. How is this going to affect our insurance rates? Positively, negatively? I don't know. I don't think council knows at this time. We don't have a current fire underwriter survey. We haven't had one done for 25 years. Why would you go to a standard below the recommended national standard? This is a national standard that's used across North America. Is this, what type of risk would you be putting the public and firefighters? I'm asking you not to take my word for this. Get an independent assessment of this, a comprehensive assessment on how this would affect Sault Ste. Marie's residents, taxpayers, businesses, homeowners, farms, and the firefighters.
So in a nutshell, then, the number one goal is to see us, as I understand your position, essentially delay this decision until you feel we have more information.
If you could put the pause button on this motion until you have all the facts to make an informed decision is what my goal would be.
Okay. So the goal is not at this stage to terminate the motion before us or to dismiss it, but just to get more information.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the information gathering and development of everything that we need before us to make an informed decision, would you agree with me that one of the critical aspects of that is some kind of dialogue between the association and the chief?
I would absolutely help out any way I can for the betterment of our department, for the betterment of Sault Ste. Marie citizens for public safety.
And it's, I think Councillor Christian alluded to this earlier. It's fair to say there's been a serious lack of dialogue between the chief and the association.
I don't know if that would be a fair assessment. As of late, obviously, tensions are high, but we have worked. We have gone for lunch meetings. We have had several meetings on different things. I wouldn't classify them as a breakdown of communication. I thought we were making some headway until the carpet was down.
Until, sorry, the carpet?
The carpet, if you just using an analogy.
I just didn't hear. Sorry, I'm not being sarcastic in any way with you. Excuse me. You and I met, we spoke, had what I thought was a very good discussion together at my office, and I was under the impression that you had this feeling that something along this line was coming. You just couldn't really characterize the what and the where and the details of it, but the fact that some type of a reduction in the force, primarily through attrition, was something that was being contemplated. Is that not a fair position?
When we met, I was concerned because this year alone, and I can't remember, I'm sure it was when we met, 5 firefighter positions have not been replaced with no answers. Lots of questions on if, when, how are these guys getting replaced? And my response, the response that I got was, I'm doing an assessment and you'll find out in the fall.
So it's fair for me to characterize then, our discussion that you knew something was coming, you just didn't know the specifics of what it would be, but the writing was on the wall, I guess we can put that.
When we met, I was concerned about these retirements not getting replaced. I had no clue that something like this was coming.
I'm going to move on shortly, Councillor Romano, so
Yes.
you could ask your last question.
You've made reference to the NFPA standard, the National Fire Protection Agency Standard 1710, and as well the OFM, which is the lack of an acronym.
Ontario Fire Marshal.
That's what Ontario Fire Marshal. And that's essentially 2 sets of recommendations with respect to staffing levels, deployment levels.
If I can clarify, the Ontario Fire Marshal's office is maybe the chief can provide more clarity to that. They're the governing body. They're ruled under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, and they kind of uphold that act. But they're the governing body where they would look after our education. They look after the Ontario Fire College, and they make safety recommendations for Ontario fire departments and whatnot. The NFPA is the National Fire Protection Association, and they have the standards that they set out for, and it's down there for organization of departments, emergency medical operations, fire suppression divisions, and whatnot. That's what you get from the NFPA.
There is, I've reviewed that document, the NFPA, and it seems to me that there's no real set standard to how many. I mean, when you refer to, let me back up for a moment, the 10 and 10 model is no longer used. And there's this NFPA model, which really doesn't reference anything specific. It says in some cases you need 2 teams of 4, in some cases 2 teams of 5, and sometimes 2 teams of 6, depending on circumstances. That's reasonably fair, I guess, in terms of how. It doesn't set a specific number like we're saying right now, we're going to deploy 10. The NFPA model basically says you got to figure it out under the circumstances.
It would be the best possible safe way to operate a business, but a fire department. I would say it'd be the best practice. I'm sorry, I just had a little.
No worries. I guess,
Councillor Mann, we're going to move on. to Councillor Kropotich.
Sure.
Councillor Kropotich?
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano. Just a few questions. The one thing that concerns me greatly is that at the end of the day, we weren't jointly, it seems like, being able to work out something, because working together would have probably been more beneficial for everybody, the association and the fire chief, including the municipality. I guess my question is what prohibited that jointness to be able to work together? Why was the association, was the frontline firefighters requested to give input into efficiencies into this plan? Was that requested of anybody?
Into this plan, I know as far as staffing levels are concerned, reduction in staffing levels, that would be a matter for the association executive. You know, that I would tell you that I personally have not been approached to contribute to this service model that the chief is proposing.
I guess there's the frontline firefighters that are doing the work on the floor out in the field, and that they got a lot of expertise, and it's really important that we access that expertise from them. My second question is, and it is regarding the data for cost protection. Is there any other Northern Ontario communities that are similar to our size? Anything that we could be able to review? Something similar that we'd be able to take a look at that could be a comparison?
Councillor, I think that would be a more appropriate question for the chief.
Okay. So it doesn't seem very much that we've been requested to supply much information towards this report, and it concerns me about the jointness as well. The other thing I got is with Sault Ste. Marie and its expansion and talking about new growth in our community and development with the port and with other opportunities to increase capacities. Do you have a concern about any upcoming rail incidents that if we had a staff reduction of 25%, that what would that trigger as far as safety for firefighters, civilians, business, property?
Are you feel capable of answering that question, Mr. Knopik? It's kind of a hypothetical about the potential of a risk or it sounds like a catastrophic risk, like Lac-Mégantic. Maybe that would be something that would be more appropriately asked of the chief since he's recommending the plan.
Perhaps the chief might be a better person.
I think that's a question properly addressed to the chief since he's recommending the plan.
I guess I got a few more questions in I should be asking to the chief.
I think you got a lot of questions for the chief, yeah. And I think, well...
And not the association, my apologies.
And frankly, I know that a number of councillors have a lot of questions for the chief, which is why I want to make sure we're directing them to the right place. So, Councillor Fata.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I've talked to a few of the concerned citizens on this topic, I've tried to make it very clear that there's nothing here is really a personal opinion. It's one based on logic and certainly rational thinking. It's our job to make sure that we do deal with two very important issues here. One is the safety of our citizens, but two, we have to be concerned about there is an effect here on the cost implications. And my question, that leads up to my question here. Your position, ideally, would be to leave things as they are as far as firefighters, the number of firefighters. This is a question. Your ideal position on this would be to leave things as they are and just hire whatever number of paramedics we need? Is that basically what your hope is?
I would say to that, emergency services is not where you want to make your cuts. Reducing your service and the effectiveness of your fire department is not where you want to make your cuts. You don't want to make decisions like that without having all the facts, without having a comprehensive risk assessment. And I guess what I'm saying here today is, don't take my word for it. Do a third party, do a comprehensive risk assessment. Use the deployment matrix that the Fire Marshal Office has recommended. They've got an outline and a guide to provide yourselves with the tools, or provide you and us with the tools to make an informed decision.
One has to look at this from a statistical opinion, and this is what we have to rely on. We have to be logical, rational. I think you have to be logical and rational, but I would say to you that you are, and most of the people in this room are being a little bit more self-serving and a little bit less logical and rational.
Councillor Fada, just 1 second, please. Again, to the gallery, whether you like what any of the councillors have to say or not, they have a right to say it. So I ask that you keep your comments to yourself, please.
With all due respect, we're all citizens here in this city, so let's not take anything that I might say out of context. We have to be rational, sensible, logical, reasonable. We've heard the stats. You, as a citizen of Sault Ste. Marie, let's say you were a non-firefighter, and you're listening to that, and you're saying to yourself, as I'm saying to myself, and I'm asking this only as a point of questioning, are people dying right now because we don't have enough paramedics out there? I'm just saying to you as an observer.
I don't think Mr. Knopick is in a position.
I'm just making that comment. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Fada, I'm sorry, but you're making a lot of comments, and this is simply to ask questions of the association as a result of their presentations. So you will get an opportunity to make all the comments you want. The purpose of this exercise is Mr. Knopick's before us. He's asked for a delegation. He's been granted that delegation. If we have questions of his perspective that are relevant to his perspective, we can ask them. But let's save our comments until we're debating this.
I'm going to ask something else here. I'm going to try and be delicate about it.
Well, that would be appreciated.
With the introduction of, again, speaking about finances, because that is part and parcel of this thing. If we didn't have the costs involved in keeping fire services available to the citizens of Sault Ste. Marie, if we didn't have the massive costs that we have for fire services and also police in Sault Ste. Marie, we might not be in such severe consequences of trying to pit one against the other. It's not the intent. It's not my intent. But we've got to do a balancing act here. We've got a situation here where we got paramedics that are not getting to their sites on time, and I would suggest that people are probably dying for that.
Councillor Fada, can you ask a question, please? You will be given ample time to make comments, but right now we need to know if you have a question of Mr. Knopick.
No, I think most of the questions have been asked. Yeah, I'm
okay,
fine.
so Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Knopick, for being
questions,
sorry.
Please, Councillor.
Yes.
Just questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Knopick. My question is to ask you, Marty, if you're familiar with and what your comment is around the theory of one firefighter per 1,000 residents. And before you answer it, I just want to give you a little bit of where I'm coming from with this. I'm referring to an article that is written by retired District Chief Peter Sells on fire service management and professional development. He's a consultant across North America and internationally. Holds a Bachelor of Science from University of Toronto, MBA from University of Windsor, and he sits on the advisory councils of the Ontario Fire College and the Institution of Fire Engineers Canada. And he has an article that was in Firefighting in Canada magazine that says how many firefighters are enough. What's the right staffing level and staffing model for a municipality? The chief mentioned in the first slide, 2010 to 14, we were at 88 in our complement, 17 days, 17 nights, 88. According to Mr. Sells and his research in this article, he refers to the 1,000 residents would equal one full-time firefighter. And I just wanted to know if that's a model that you're familiar with, first of all, but secondly, what your comment is on that model.
I'm not familiar with this article, to be honest. I think the question you're asking is 1 in 1,000.
Yeah,
Maybe
no.
you can repeat the question for me?
Yeah, no, his theory is around the question that is part of what we're facing here tonight is how many firefighters are enough, what's the right staffing level and staffing model for municipality. And I'll go a little bit further with this then, Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief on it, but he did an analysis of staffing of 14 fire departments in Ontario, full service staffing, 14 mid-sized Ontario cities with population between 90,000 and 205,000. And each of the 14 municipalities, and he says, to my surprise, the numbers crunched out, he did the matrix that you had referred to earlier, the numbers crunched out in support of the rule of thumb. On average, fire services are employing almost exactly 1 firefighter per 1,000 residents. It's actually 0.9954 to be exact. He goes on to say that he'd been talking to Process Evolution, a UK-based company that makes software to analyze, design, and evaluate shift schedules and deployment models for emergency services, and that police and EMS are familiar with the variable shift schedules, higher staffing during some periods, lower staffing during others, and that they've been able to achieve some efficiencies in the UK fire services on this. What he said, it comes out to a population of, for every 1,000, 1 full-time firefighter. So in the Sioux, that would be 88,000 population. Our latest, sadly so, but our latest population figures have us pretty close to 68,000 in population in reality through our economic development data and so on. So that, I'm just asking what your response is to this, this consultant and this gentleman who's former fire chief with the City of Windsor.
I would say that's a great question. I would say it's probably a question that everybody else would like to know. And I would say that I would think that by doing a comprehensive risk assessment of Sault Ste. Marie, it should be able to provide those answers to you.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Anything additional, Councilor Myers?
No, sir.
Councilor Hupinen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Marty. Nice to see you. I'm going to go back to the NFPA issue again, if you don't mind. I just have a couple of questions. I know that you are indicating that they have standards that are guidelines, basically. What guidelines, and it's just in your opinion, would be the number from the NFPA in your mind for Sault Ste. Marie? There must be a number out there somehow that...
I don't think I'm the best person qualified to answer that question.
No problem.
I know I could provide expertise for you to answer those questions.
Yeah, that's fine, Marty. That's fine. Now, I understand you're requesting a deferral. I guess what I'm wondering is what would you plan on bringing to us at the next council meeting that would help us make a decision if this doesn't pass tonight?
I think before I could provide perhaps answers to many of your questions, to a lot of your questions. I think what we are lacking is a fire underwriter survey where we have no idea what kind of effect these kind of cuts would do to Sault Ste. Marie. How is that going to affect our insurance rates? What risk do we have in Sault Ste. And a fire matrix or a comprehensive study would provide that type of information for you, or building construction, or our population, or the age of our population, the density of the downtown core, our high-rises, our hospitals, and so on and so forth. So I would like to see council have that type of assessment done, as well as find out how this would negatively affect or just affect our insurance rates before they made a decision like this.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. And my third and last question is, 5 of your firefighters have retired. How are things going without the 5? How are things going without your 5 retired?
In my opinion, we're running short. I think doing away with one position is too much right now. For those firefighters, I'm sure they're living life and loving it. From a fire department standpoint, I think maybe the chief can answer that question.
Are you still able to provide the number of firefighters to a scene of 10 without the 5?
I'm sorry?
Are you still able to provide 10 firefighters at a scene without the 5 that have retired?
Right now, we're currently backfilling, whereas we're calling in from off shift to maintain a minimum complement on duty.
There's been no change in the service level as a result of the reduction of those 5 firefighters. They still have 17 firefighters per platoon, correct?
Yeah, we're still maintaining a minimum of 17 through backfilling and overtime.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Marty.
Councillor Butland?
Some of my questions will go to both of you. Am I to understand?
Just questions for Mr. Knopick.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
realize that. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Am I to understand that there will be, the chief's report says there'll be no change in the numbers responding to a fire, and there likely will be no change in the response time. Are you in agreement with that or disagreement with that?
I think right now we're currently trying to maintain 17 on duty, and I think the number was 10 or 13 on duty that the chief was maintaining. It just doesn't add up to me. It would directly affect our response capabilities.
I'll repeat that again. Presently, we send 10 people to a fire, correct?
No, our response is dependent on the nature of the call.
Okay.
So your deployment, your if you want to say staffing, would be dependent on the type of call that you're going to.
What is a normal fire deployment number?
I don't know if there's any such thing as a normal fire. Fires are dynamic. We have residential house fires. We have, most recently, we've had a fire on Tower Street this August, which was an apartment building with rescue involved. The complement on duty would be greater for that. I think initially you would send, and perhaps the chief could answer that better than I, but you would send initially a couple trucks, plus an on-scene commander initially, and then perhaps an aerial device or a rescue device.
Now, the chief's probably aware from his position, and you're probably aware from your union position. Are we the only city going through this exercise at present?
Maybe the chief can answer that better than I can.
Well, he probably could, but I suspect to union, your brothers and sisters, are you not aware then of other cities maybe doing this?
Doing the staffing cuts?
Yeah, well, similar to what the chief is recommending.
I know recently North Bay has gone through this. Again, Chief Filiola can probably answer that better.
So, Councillor Button, those are the extent of your questions?
No, I've got one more. It is suggested, and that's, statistics prove this, there's been an 80% reduction in fire calls. So it's a paradigm shift for sure. And do you not agree we can't continue to do the same old, if in fact the fire calls have been reduced by 80%? Does it not beg for some kind of restructuring? And were you invited to the table, would you be prepared to look at some of this restructuring? I'll add this, if we had a department in City Hall and all of a sudden their job description was reduced by 80%, you can bet we'd be reacting. So I don't think we can do the same old. It's suggested that the firefighters will become inspectors and educators. Are you not firefighters? I'm starting to ramble now.
Yeah, we need a question, Councillor Butler.
Well, the 80%, does that not beg for some kind of change.
I think, are you asking what's an acceptable number
No, I'm
for
not.
public
I'm asking,
safety?
I'm saying 80% in reduction of fire calls. Does that not demand a request in how you respond? The complement of people
I
and
think
what they do.
A better answer for that would be to do a risk assessment of our city, to see what is recommended. I'm not asking you to take my opinion for it. I'm asking, look at the experts and have them do a comprehensive risk assessment of Sault Ste. Marie to answer those questions for you.
I was asking your opinion. The risk assessment has nothing to do with the 80%.
Sure. I think you've got your answer to the question, Councillor Butland.
Not really.
Whether you're satisfied with it or not is a different story. So, look, everybody's had a chance to ask Mr. Knopick some questions. I have a few questions for Mr. Knopick, then we're going to move on because we've been at this now for over an hour and a half, and we should really proceed to the chief as soon as we can. Mr. Knopick, I've done a lot of reading myself to try and get a sense of what the right numbers are. There's the lower effective response level and the upper effective response level, and if I've had to brush myself up on a whole bunch of things here as it deals with fire services, because this is an important issue. And it's not lost on anyone on this council that it's an important issue. And I'm confident, very sincerely, that everybody sitting around this table cares about the safety of everybody in this community. And I couldn't come to a number. And I couldn't come to a number because everything I read was variable. And what I determined was that different communities approach it differently. Some have composite fire departments where you have obviously some volunteer firefighters. We don't have that. All of our firefighters are professional. But there were situations where communities we have 17 currently. Communities of our size that I found, they had 10 or 12 or 6 or 8 or 14. So would you agree with me that it's variable across the province?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a number of times tonight, I think rightfully, referred to the chief as the subject matter expert. Would you agree with me that he's our subject matter expert?
I think the chief is an expert that you hired to give his opinion on the fire service and the service model that he provides.
But you would agree with me that the chief is ultimately statutorily responsible for the fire services in this community, would you not?
I thought council was.
We are too, but that's a delegated authority to the chief.
Yeah, and I think the chief deploys or looks after the deployment of the fire service, and I think my understanding is that council depicts the level of service that.
And we do. Okay. And different councils have picked different levels, and that's what this assessment's about. But would it be fair to say, would the association welcome the addition of a training officer and fire education officers?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it is true that we do need to spend more resources on educating the public on fire prevention. Is that correct?
According to the chief, yes.
Okay. Had the chief at any point emailed you and all of the association and all of your members directly and invited all of you to sit down and participate in discussions of the services you provide and different matters on a going forward basis? Did that occur?
Yes.
Did you write back to the chief and indicate that you strongly discouraged any of the membership from participating in that?
That's not complete.
No, no. You can give the context to it, but did you write back and indicate that you discouraged the members from participating in that?
In anything that is contractual, outside of the collective agreement.
Sure. So you discouraged the members from participating in what the chief was trying to do as far as soliciting input because you didn't believe that the members should be involved in anything outside of the collective bargaining?
I think when it comes to staffing levels and the amount of manpower that you have on the department, it should be an association executive that he would solicit input from. And at the end of that email, I've urged the chief to work with the association, not against the association, to effect a better outcome and basically a better outcome, just paraphrasing.
Well, the position you took when this matter broke in the media earlier this week was that one reduction is unacceptable. So there really isn't much room here for some discussion. I mean, you've taken the position from the outset that you can't reduce one suppression officer. Is that not your position?
I'm saying, don't take my word for it. Get an expert opinion on the risk in Sault Ste. Marie. Get an expert opinion on how this will affect the citizens, the firefighters, the taxes, and Sault Ste. Marie as a whole from a risk assessment basis or standpoint.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Knopick. I have no additional questions. Mr. Olson, are you still available? Mr. Olson, can you please come to the microphone here?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So, Council, we're going to be even shorter in our questioning for Mr. Olson, and there will be no ancillary comment, just a question, direct answer, and then we'll move on to the Chief. Mr. Olson, could you just please introduce yourself for the purpose of those watching at home in the gallery and indicate what your role is here at the City?
For sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I am Steve Olson. I'm the Vice President of Unifor Local 1359 here in Sault Ste. Marie. Our local represents the paramedics of the fire service. We also represent hospital workers, nursing homes. We're a very healthcare-based union, so that's what I will be speaking tonight. I'm not speaking about the fire suppression side. I'm not qualified to do so. So again, thank you, Mr. Mayor Provenzano, for allowing me a moment to address paramedic services in Sault Ste. Marie. I'm going to go back a little bit. Since we were downloaded under the Harris government to the municipality and became a division of fire services, we were staffed at it almost became a joke between us, at strike levels. So EMS was put down from before at the hospital. And to us union people, strike level means, it means the amount of ambulances and paramedics on the road at any particular time. That was the bare minimum. It was just what we needed to scrape by. And that was back in 2002. We're now in 2015. Prior to hiring the current fire chief in 2014, with the exception of the addition of one more ambulance in Garden River, our paramedic staffing levels and number of ambulances is the same as it was in 2002. We had 3 ambulances running 24 hours and 1 daytime ambulance in Garden River. This was to cover the needs of patients from Montreal River to the north, just past Echo Bay to the east. And if you draw like an arc around, you've got all the cottages, farms, rivers, lakes, highways, and forest in between. It's a huge undertaking for that level of service for paramedics. In the meantime, all this time's gone by. The population of Sault Ste. Marie obviously is aging. The demand for increased paramedical care is needed now because we have a huge population of citizens now that have extremely complex medical conditions. And at the same time, we have a government pushing for more care to be provided at home rather than in the hospital. So right here is another segment of the population that requires paramedic services. All those very ill patients that are being treated and staying at home, they can and they do often have very acute medical episodes that require rapid intervention from fully qualified paramedics, and they'd be able to transport them in an ambulance to the emergency department. Again, our system has been neglected on the EMS side, historically with the fire department. It's plain and simple, as paramedics, we cannot do what we need to do with what we have now. There have been some improvements since the new chief has taken over, some small improvements. And we're not talking about building cars here, we're talking about taking care of our loved ones. We're taking care of those that travel through our region. We're taking care of vacationers. We're talking about adequate health care for the citizens of Sault Ste. Marie, and that's what it is health care. We're talking about their right to it and our ability to provide it for them. As a quick aside, I would personally applaud every one of the boots on the ground paramedics of the EMS division of Sault Ste. Marie Fire for continuing to provide the best possible care to our citizens during a long period of insufficient funding and staffing. And tonight we hope that can change. Unifor has been working collaboratively, with our new management team to assess and address the EMS needs of our community. But before you see a report, part of that, before you see a report, part of that report addresses increasing paramedic services for our city and region. I would urge every councillor to support that part of the plan. Increased paramedic services we desperately need. And I can't underline that enough. We at Unifor are here. We need you to support adequate emergency services for our city. So as a leader of a non-fire union, Local 1359, I'm neither qualified nor versed in the provision of fire protection, suppression, prevention services. I can only speak from a dead set healthcare standpoint. Fire protection is not Unifor's areas of expertise, and as such, I cannot comment on the other parts of this plan. And I understand there's a lot of controversy here, and from a union standpoint, I welcome healthy debate on all issues and not just this one. So if you have any quick questions about the EMS side of things, I'll be glad to take them quickly.
Appreciate that. So we're just going to be asking Mr. Olson questions on the EMS side of things. Mr. Olson's made it clear he's not in a position to talk about suppression. He's not here to talk about suppression. He's simply here to talk about the need for EMS and make those representations. We had Councillor Shoemaker's hand up first.
Thank you. Mr. Olson, the report recommends 8 paramedics be added to the current contingent. Is 8 sufficient to help your situation?
Well, the current level of the old school of having 3 crews a day, 3 crews a night, and 1 extra crew during the day, increasing that to 6 ambulances and 4 at night, absolutely, in our opinion, would be sufficient for our population.
Okay, that's all.
Councillor Myers, then Councillor Butland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Olson. Unifor, can you just expand for a moment as to exactly who Unifor is and your role? I know you said it earlier, but
yes, so Unifor is a union I work for, which represents the paramedics. It used to be CAW and CEP. We merged several years ago to form a large private public sector unit. Okay. We represent paramedics in Orange, also in various cities.
Okay. And your position in that union is? My
position is vice president. I've also been a paramedic for over 21 years here. I'm on secondment to do full-time union at this time.
Thank you. So you're full-time union. Did I hear you correctly that you did have discussions with the chief in the preparation of this plan?
Several occasions.
Okay. So you were invited to have that input and you had it?
Yeah. We had, I believe there were some meetings with paramedics themselves, but we did have some high-level conversations with my upper-ups as well during the process.
Sorry to interrupt. Did you have any issue with the chief going directly to your staff? To the paramedics? Your members, I should say, excuse me.
No, we would never have a problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Butland.
Question, Mr. Mayor. Do you, Mr. Olson, thank you. Do we still have the problem when ambulances attend the hospital and have to wait 45 minutes, an hour and a half?
The offload delay problem?
Yes.
We do have a smaller problem with that, but our managers, as well as different stakeholders in the hospital, have put things into place where that is, I believe, is deeply reduced now.
Okay. I do have another one. It's a little more difficult. Reading this article in the Toronto Star called "The Fire Medic Idea Pits Firefighters Against Paramedics," and we certainly don't want to do that. But the Firefighters Association are suggesting some pilot programs across the province where firefighters are given more medical abilities to address problems when they arrive there. So you're kind of cross-training, if you will?
I'm aware of the proposal put forth by the OPFFA, which would...
Mr. Olson, OPFFA, acronyms for the people at home.
The Ontario Professional Fighters Association. Yeah. I'm aware of their proposals to the government, which is being looked at right now, to offer some symptom relief medication for frontline firefighters. We are intrinsically, as a Unifor, against it as it stands. As that very plan for 20 hours of training for medications, we're against that plan. If it was a better plan that was more realistic, maybe. Opinion.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kompadich.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano, and thank you, Mr. Olson. Just a question going back. You had mentioned about the demand that's needed now, and I don't disagree with that whatsoever. and also supporting it going forward. My concern is that when we talk about demand now, what I'd like to know is how far in the past were you aware that a demand was needed to increase the paramedics?
The demand was identified by paramedics right from the downloading to the fire department.
What year was that?
I believe that was 2002.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Olson? Councillor Fada, a question? No, not a comment?
Question.
Okay, go ahead.
You mentioned, I'm just trying to understand this. You mentioned in your speech that you're getting good cooperation from the current fire chief. Do we read something into that?
Well, Councillor Fada, it's an explicit comment. He's getting
No,
good
I'm
cooperation.
saying
I'm not prepared to read into my own statements.
Right.
I've spoken.
No. What I'm trying to appreciate here is the fact that you've shown a great deal of passion in your presentation, and yet it seems like it hasn't resonated publicly in any way, shape, or form that I'm aware of. But it seems like whatever you've been trying to do has been falling on deaf ears.
That is correct.
Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
And now things
of what's
are progressing.
happened in the past.
And there's been some progress.
On
lately.
the EMS side,
Yeah.
absolutely, there's been progress.
Thank you.
I can.
Any other questions for Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson, thank you very much for your representation.
Thank you for your
We
time.
appreciate your hard work on behalf of the community. Okay, so Council, this is what we're going to do now. I've had a number of you ask me if you could go first with your questioning with the chief. And I've had a number of you ask me not to limit the questions, too much, but all of you actually asked me to limit the questioning. So what we're going to do is, there's 10 of you, and if I allow 3 questions each, that'd be 30 questions. If we don't have all your questions asked, we'll go back to the beginning. So we're going to start with 3 questions each, and what we're going to do it by seniority. So I'm going to start with Councillor Butland, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Turco, and I'm going to make my way down the table in that respect. So just to be clear, councillors, no comments at the end. I will give everybody an opportunity to make your comments and your representations before we call the matter. 3 questions each. I will be counting. When we're done, everybody, we'll go back to the beginning. If there's questions that remain unanswered, we will ask them of the chief. I've made it clear to the chief that he's going to be sitting here as long as it takes to get all the questions that you folks have answered. So, Councillor Butland, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A good process. Chief, I asked Mr. Kanopik this question, and he said you would best answer this, and no, he said North Bay. But are you aware of other cities that are going through the exercise that we are presently undergoing?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, or Councillor Button, yes. Numerous cities and towns are reviewing their fire staffing, as are they reviewing their EMS and their police staffing. Ourselves, in the north, North Bay, in the south, Cornwall, Belleville, Sarnia, Peterborough, to name a few.
Good show. The number of calls or suggestions that it's not only firefighting that the firefighters do, but there's extractions and spills and water rescue and hazardous goods. How many of those occurrences happen, I don't know, say every month or every year? Are they commonplace, or is this a once in a while kind of occurrence?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Butland once again. I'll give you a quick breakdown of the call volumes. This is the full year of 2014. False alarms represent almost 800 calls, which is 30%. General assistance, which refers to helping other agencies or individuals, which is for non-emergency, is roughly 13%. A category which we call public hazard, that could be a power wire down, a broken water main. Those represent about 7% of our calls. Another example would be what we refer to as a pre-fire condition, something that's overheated but has not yet gone to the fire stage.
Okay. Should we proceed with your plan? Is it something that is a work in progress? You're suggesting it is a 3-year plan? Supposing 1 year down the road, you say, you know what, maybe this isn't working. Can we go full stop and return or do something else other than what your plan is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Brown, absolutely. This is a fluid, dynamic plan. Nothing is written in stone. It's a start of where I believe we need to go. But as any strategic plan, it must be a living document. It must be a living event that, as we move forward, if we find something that we did not envision, we'll address it. If we find something that's not keeping with what we envisioned, then of course, yes, we'll have to adjust to that. This is a flexible plan moving forward.
Do I have another one or not?
No, that's 3, Councillor Butland.
Okay.
We'll get back to you.
Okay.
Councillor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Figliola, I've been wrestling with this discussion, not only tonight, but the last couple of days, reading your report. And, thank you for the report, by the way. We got the typical egg-chicken scenario here. With all due respect to everybody here tonight, you're suggesting that we should do this on one side with the firefighters, and on the other one, we're suggesting we should do this with the EMS. Why couldn't there be 2 different plans that was brought forward to City Council and also District Social Services Board, which a number of us sit on here in this council?
Through you, Mr.
Why all one plan as opposed to 2 separate, distinct? We just heard we're in desperate need of EMS people.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Turco. Fire and EMS are under us through the city. It's although it's separate budgets, it's administered the same way. The other option was to provide 2 separate plans, which would have meant either moving down the road the same way in fire, not moving down that way, and asking for $1.8 million, which is a full 1% of the levy to achieve this. Knowing the situation, fiscal situation of the city and the general economic state of the city, I don't think that was very feasible to come forward with that.
I'm not going to follow up, Chief, because I'll lose my other questions. So I'll just leave that open for future discussion, perhaps. My number 2 question is, you kept saying that this is financing, money wasn't the impetus, but it's important. And through your report, you kept referring to financial responsibility, fiscal responsibility. So which one is it? Is the fiscal part of it something different, or is it part of the plan as well? Is it part of your consideration?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Turco. The impetus of the plan is to deal with the risk. I've identified a major risk that needs to be dealt with. By moving through this plan, the ancillary bonus is that, as you're aware from the DSAB board, EMS is co-funded by the province. So we're not going to change any service levels, but we're going to decrease our costs because part of the movement to EMS will be covered by the province.
Thank you. We should always have follow-up with the questions, by the way. Not part of the 3 questions, Mr. Mayor.
What's your 3rd question, Councillor Turco?
3rd question. Speaking of risk management, you heard from Mr. Konopik. What do you think of the comprehensive risk assessment? What's it take, in your opinion, and is something viable for Sault Ste. Marie?
Yeah, I wanted to address that, so I'm glad you brought that up to you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Turco. We are required under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act every year to do what's called the simplified risk assessment, which our Deputy Chief of Fire Prevention does every year. It's required under the Act. We do it, and if, as doing a simplified risk assessment, something comes out of that that's abnormal or is a significant change from the previous year, then we move into a comprehensive risk assessment. That will not change as we move through this process. Our simplified risk assessment may identify the need for a more comprehensive assessment, which we will do.
Thank you.
And just to clarify that, The Fire Marshal's Office has put out a comprehensive fire safety effectiveness model, and it's got 7 components, not simply the risk assessment. There are 7 components, and one of those components is, in fact, the fire ground staffing chart, which alludes to the 10. Mr. Knope talked about the 10 and 10. He's correct. That's no longer in play, but the 10 on the fire ground is. The 10 was a response time, and that was removed simply because many rural communities could not respond in 10 minutes. The 10 factor, the number of firefighters on the fire ground, is still a guideline under the comprehensive fire model.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Turco. Councillor Fada.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, in terms of your plans for the realignment, you mentioned 17 positions would be created, right? 17?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fada, realignment, reallocating of up to 17 positions, yes.
Yeah. So is it your intent then to create 17 positions and to remove 20 firefighter positions?
Yes, it's the realignment is to take 20 firefighter positions and reallocate them to 12 on the EMS side, 8 paramedics, 4 supervisors, 2 fire prevention officers, a training officer, an emergency planning officer, an additional mechanic, and there'll be 3 additional positions that can either be reassigned at a later date and or eliminated based on council's direction.
Just from your professional opinion, based on this real call experience that we've been made aware of, and basically the stats that you presented, in terms of what's going on right now with ambulance, would you say that we are currently in dire straits as far as serving that area in this community? As far as ambulance service in Sault Ste. Marie, are we in dire straits, or are we just basically maintaining the minimum?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fada, I wouldn't characterize it as dire straits. I would characterize it as we have a risk that's not being managed.
Would you, go as far as saying that it's something that has to be addressed? Like it seems to me from what I've been hearing here is that the ambulance service right now in Sault Ste. Marie seems to be extremely low as far as dealing with some very serious issues. It's just I don't know whether I'm reading too much into this, but it seems like we are in dire straits.
Councillor Fada, the chief's report makes it very clear that he's of the opinion this has to be addressed.
I'm just going to make one more question. I think is
well, it's going to be your last question.
Yeah, Chief. It seems to me that the point has been made that no one in this room is losing their jobs, correct?
For you, Mr. Mayor, or Councillor Fada, that's correct.
Yeah.
No one presently on staff will lose their job.
Right.
Thank you, Councillor Fada. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, Chief, does the model that you're presenting comply with provincial legislation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers. Yes. The model I'm presenting to you, if accepted, fulfills your responsibility under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act to set the level of service.
Thank you. I looked up the act, and my lawyer friends on council would be most impressed that I spent the weekend going through it, and I'm lucky I didn't call any of you to interpret, but I think I got the drift of it. Is the act the legislation under which you're held accountable? And if you were personally found negligent, can you please tell me what that result would be?
If I was, to you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, if I was found personally negligent,
as the fire chief responsible for safe fire services in this community?
That's a two-part question. If it was a civil liability issue, the city could be sued and I could be held liable after that through the city. But the more important point that is my concern is I could be held criminally liable.
Yes.
Under
And
Bill
what's the outcome
C-45.
of that? What's the outcome of that if you were criminally liable?
Well, I could be tried and if convicted, I don't look good in orange.
Unless it's a helicopter. Okay, my last question, Mr. Mayor, through you to our fire chief is, as I asked Mr. Knope, how many firefighters are enough, the staffing level, the article I referred to, the 1 per 1,000 population. What is your comment on that formula?
Yeah, that, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mize, that's a recent kind of an academic exercise that they're going through, similar to the police have a matrix that talks about number of police officers per capita. This is a latest foray by fire into that, so it's relatively new within the last 6 months. I don't agree with it simply because staffing levels are different in every community, not based on numbers, based on geography, based on fire risk, based on the amount of residential versus commercial versus industrial. So as you get into staffing levels, it's very unique to each individual's community. You know, my earlier question was that, you know, we can run with 13, other places like Sarnia need 19 for the exact same population.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll get to the point. Did you engage with the association with this plan beforehand? Did you get any involvement from the association? Was this strictly from your view and your staff, or it just came from you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. The plan itself is a culmination of the information I garnered over the last 6 months. And as the Mayor alluded to earlier, on numerous occasions, through emails, I've held 2 town hall meetings. I've asked on 3 different occasions for submissions from individuals and got very little response.
Okay. Would you be in favor of a risk assessment from a third party?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, are you referring to the fire underwriter survey, or are you referring to a consultant?
Consultant or the fire, something, an assessment?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, I'm not in favor of that simply because the Office of the Fire Marshal gives us the tools to complete that internally here with our staff, with input from anybody who wants to. Like I said earlier, we do a simplified risk assessment every year, which is submitted to the OFM. And if we decided to, after this change, to do a more comprehensive, involved, we would do the exact same thing and submit it to the Fire Marshal's office for their comment.
Your third question, Councillor Bruni?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Christian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Christian called me on the weekend. At one point, he told me he had 35 questions. I told him he had to work that down.
I've pared it down to 15, many of which have been asked. I have one question that's 3 parts.
Well, that'll be it. Make it good, Councillor Christian.
I've found a way around here, in all seriousness. And this is a serious question because it gets to the heart of me understanding the real dynamics here. Thanks. A situation like the Windsor Park, if we had a fire there, I'm assuming we have a plan to deal with. That's a major fire. Do we have a plan in place? Do we work through the scenarios like that? And could you explain what we would do in a situation like that, and how would it change implementing your plan if it's accepted?
Right, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Christian. That would be a standard high-rise fire response. Now, depending on the nature of the fire, if it was 1 unit, if it was 2 units...
The whole thing is going up. It's big. It's towering inferno.
Okay. In that case, it didn't matter if we had 500 firefighters here. So what we would have to rely on is our initial on-duty staff,
right.
First and foremost, was to get there and begin the tactical evolutions to control the fire. Second, we'd obviously have to do a callback.
What's that?
Calling back our own staff who are off duty to come in, man additional vehicles. And we would have to rely on mutual aid to our partners around the region. Sioux, Michigan, Garden City, Woolley River, Echo Bay. The fire marshal in our Algoma district, the fire marshal has a fire coordinator for those specific reasons. If we have a large event where we're 70% or more tapped, we would then tap into the fire marshal, who would then arrange for mutual aid to come from other communities to deal with that.
Now, I've been told through the presentations that there's no typical fire, that every fire is different, and I understand that part even as a layperson. But assuming you have a regular house, I hate to use the word regular, you have a house fire, and it's a large fire. How many people, how many firefighters are deployed? Is it safe to say you're using the 10-person rule? Are we using that now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. Again, because it is variable, depending on the nature of the fire, we would send, presently right now, there are on occasion where we send 2 trucks of 4 and 1, which is 9, which is less than the 10. Sometimes if it's a small fire, we'll send 1 truck. So based on the initial call information that comes through, followed up by the initial assessment by the first officer on scene, we either scale it back and or scale it up. In the event that we had a major fire that we'd be using 10 or 13 on shift, we would automatically do the callback and invoke mutual aid to cover off anything else that may happen pending the resolution of the fire.
I do have several questions that I have to have asked later.
We'll get
My
back
final question is this. How many fires in the last 2-3 years required more than 13 firefighters on the scene? Do you have that number?
I can give you, I can get the specifics to you. Generally, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Christian, we on average have 2 large-scale fires a year and on average 2 low to moderate fires per week.
Large scale is...
So for example, last month we had the flakeboard factory down in the West End. That would be considered to be a major fire.
How many went out?
Pardon me?
How many attended that fire?
Well, we had an initial response, and then we had 4 trucks, and an initial 5th went over. But you need to, on that particular case, it was a large industrial establishment, and that's not the real fire risk. Those were heavily sprinklered, heavily alarmed, so most of the body of fire was knocked down by the sprinklers, and clearly we have to go in there and mop up and take care of all the spot fires. So it's not, while it was a large fire in a major facility, it didn't require a lot of firefighters in that the sprinklers do 50% of the work. And that's why we have a rigid enforcement program.
Councillor Christian, those are the extent of your questions. Councillor Kompadich.
Lots of good questions going around. I got a question. It's regarding the incident reports on the presentation on managing the risk, and the fires are down 80% and medical's up. It's clear that the fire services aren't putting out as many fires, but I'm concerned that that might not be the reason enough to be able to suggest cutting back on staffing. So they not only put out fires, but when calls come in, there's no way to know if it's a false alarm or not. So they engage in other non-fire services, from road accidents to rescuing cats, to ice water rescue, to vehicle extrication, confined space rescues, hazardous material incidents, water-based small craft fires, and other types of rescues. So when I reviewed the fire services annual report on the city website, the statistics show that the actual incident calls are on the increase over the past several years. So when you expand... So when you expand the incidents to cover everything that the firefighters do with the calls, and it has risen over the past several years, and I've reviewed this with the chief today, I would like to get his explanation on the trends and the increase and what's happening currently to date in 2015.
Do you understand that question, Chief?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Kompadich. Your assessment of the call volume is not entirely correct. If we go, I have statistics back to 1997, and if we look at the calls rose from 1987 to 1998. They fell from 98 to 2003. They rose from 2003 to 2012, and they're on a downtrend from 13, 14, and currently trending in 2015 to be down as well. And those years when we had a decrease are attributable to certain things. In 1998, we had the downloading of ambulance services There was some confusion on the dispatching time, so all fire departments across the province saw a spike in their runs because they were used as a fill-in and a backup to as EMS found its new routes. That took 4 to 5 years till it dropped, and EMS became more comfortable and more adjusted to their new role. We saw that the numbers again climb through to 2003 and started to spike in 2008 and 2009, and that was due to the introduction and more public information on carbon monoxide detectors. And in 2012, 2013, there was a law passed that required carbon monoxide detectors in homes. So people were told that carbon monoxide is odorless, colorless, tasteless. If you hear your alarm, you're in mortal danger. So when the alarms did go off, prudently they did, they called fire departments. And again, this was a spike seen right across the province as this new legislation came into place, and we had more carbon monoxide alarms. That has now funneled itself through the system. People are a little more comfortable with the new technology, realizing that moisture, dust may set their alarms off. So before they automatically call the fire department, they go through a couple of quick little checks, and most of the time that corrects their problem. So from 2013, we had 2,675 calls. 2014, 2,616 calls. And because of this downturn in false alarms, because people are more comfortable with their carbon monoxide alarms, we're trending 500 calls down this year to the end of September.
Councillor Kompotic, your next question?
I can't have a rebut.
No. Just ask a question. Preferably not with a
Okay,
5-minute
next question.
preamble.
I'd really like to have those statistics in front of me with what was just mentioned by the chief from the stats from earlier from 87 right through to 2015.
I'm sure the chief would be happy to get you those statistics.
I think it's important. A risk assessment would be able to look at all those numbers. The next question I have is regarding recently, a few years back, we had a major flood here in Sault Ste. Marie where firefighters played a significant role in being able to work along with city departments. And due to the more turbulent weather that's going to be coming up and we can expect and predict, I'm concerned about the future risk levels about climate change. And I just want to know why that wasn't included on your report.
So your question is why the chief isn't making recommendations to staff in anticipation of climate change?
Yeah, what's his idea of risk, okay, when it comes to climate change?
Chief, are you able to answer that question?
For sure. Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Kompotic. Whether it's a climate change event such as a flood, a hurricane, a tornado, anything like that, we'll respond to it like we do any other call. We have a set a number of people on staff, on duty, who will deal with it, and if required, because it expands and gets more serious, we have those methods to both our internal callback and mutual aid to deal with those calls on any type of event, whether it's fire or non-fire.
Councillor Kompotic, your last question?
My last question is, it was mentioned earlier, and I believe it was Mr. Kanopik that mentioned it about running short with 5, and about the retirees not being replaced to date, and they were running and backfilling with overtime. And so if we're backfilling with overtime now, in your report, we're going to be 25% less manned. I'm wondering what's going to happen to the overtime rates with the employees of the fire services going forward over the next 3 years. In fact, I'm interested to know what's been budgeted for overtime in 2015 and what the expected budget is for overtime with fire services over the next 3-year period.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kompotic. We've had a vacancy of 5 positions, which began end of May through June. And part of this review was to maintain the existing staffing levels pending the review. So we incurred some overtime through the summer and continue to now pending the review and the acceptance of this report, if you so choose to. The overtime budget is well in hand for this year, and obviously as the numbers reduce, We will still have some overtime, but the overtime budget will reduce as well.
Okay, Councillor Hupinen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, based on your past, this is an insurance question, based on your past experience with the grade scale of a 1 to 5 provided to a municipality by the Fire Underwriter Survey, can you give me just a rough idea where we would sit on the scale if we move ahead with your proposal? I don't know whether you can answer that, but would be a 3 or would be a 4? And I'm just kind of...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hupinen. I would suggest to you that as we move forward, based on the criteria used by the Fire Underwriter Survey people, it would remain as it is now. There would be very little decrease or very little increase. For these reasons, the Fire Underwriter Survey is based on basically 3 components. The first component is, and it's worth 40%, it's the availability of water. So whether you're city or rural, that's 40%. The 20% is based on fire prevention, fire protection, community involvement in fire safety, and that's 20%, which gives you 60. And the final 40% is based on the availability of firefighters to get to a scene. So my view, as I'm saying, the availability to get to the initial scene would not change. It should not affect our rating.
So we'd probably be pretty high on the scale of 1 to 5.
Based on the fact we have a full-time fire department, yes.
I only had one question. My others were answered, so thank you very much.
You're a lovely lady, Councillor Hupinen. Councillor Romano.
I have to seek some clarification. I have a few questions that relate to just general staffing levels current, just to satisfy myself. They're not really questions. They're more clarifications, if I may say that.
You have the opportunity to ask 3 questions right now, Councillor Romano. We'll get back around to you again if you have additional ones, but Councillor Shoemaker's got the right to ask some questions there too.
In terms of our current staffing levels versus the proposed staffing levels, you've got, right now, we've heard the number 17 is current, will be reduced to 13. Is that spread across all the fire halls, or how does that work in terms of, we have four fire halls, right? So how many people at each hall, and how will that number change per hall, if I can appreciate that?
Right, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano. We presently have 4 fire halls, and the numbers will still be spread across the 4 fire halls. The minimum staffing, if it gets down, we're not always at minimum staffing, obviously depending on vacation and sickness and leaves and whatever. If we are down at the minimum of 13, they'll still be spread across the 4 fire halls.
Okay, maybe I didn't ask that clearly enough. So the numbers are, it's 13 total or 17 total to be 13 total spread between 4 places?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor, yes, 17 will now
I just
spread.
wanted to clarify that. I didn't appreciate that. You referred to us conducting a simplified risk assessment every year, and if something is uncovered, we go to what is called a comprehensive risk assessment. So clearly there's 2 different types. I think you made reference to us doing a comprehensive risk assessment at some point in the recent past.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Romano, I'm not aware of when the last one was done. My intuition that it wasn't done simply because very little has changed here, so there'd be no need to evaluate from a comprehensive risk assessment. There's been very little growth. We've heard from planning that they're planning to experience no more growth for the next 25 years. We've had obviously a changing in the housing stock and the building stock with much more built fire-safe newer buildings. Part of this process moving forward is both on the Fire Underwriter Survey and a more comprehensive risk assessment. As we move forward to this, it would probably be a prudent thing to do, one or the other, to get an independent, well, the comprehensive risk assessment is done in-house. We do it based on Ontario Fire Marshal guidelines and submit it to them, whereas the Fire Underwriter Survey, they are basically a consultant. They come in, you have to pay them, they review your operation, and they give you a number and they give you suggestions where there's room for improvement, where you're doing things well.
You made reference to other communities across Ontario, to name those, North Bay, Cornwall, Belleville, Sarnia, Peterborough, to name a few, were the ones you referenced. And obviously you had some particular dealings with one of those forces. Do you know, first and foremost, whether or not a comprehensive risk assessment was performed in any of those municipalities before those respective councils approved the proposal that's currently before us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mano. My recent reviews this week to confirm with the chiefs, and none of them have had a comprehensive risk assessment done. They've done the simplified risk assessment. North Bay is contemplating a fire underwriter survey for 2017 once they get through their transition, but nobody's had a comprehensive survey done, as their simplified risk assessment hasn't identified the need for that.
That's it, Councillor Randall. But we're going to go back in reverse order, so we'll be back to you in a minute. Councillor Shoemaker, you get your first 3 questions and your last 3 questions, and then we'll go back up the horn.
Okay, that's helpful. Just since I wasn't expecting to ask all 6, I'll change the order in which I'm going to ask them. Chief, you mentioned in your report, you break down what the fire service calls are, and you talk about what roles the fire services officers are playing: medical, rescue assistance, public hazard events, false alarms, other miscellaneous. Would any of these roles be things that the fire services wasn't responding to under this new model if there were more EMS workers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, you're referring to the non-fire roles or the non-fire responses?
Yes.
They would still respond to those.
Okay. So then you mentioned further in that paragraph that you expect response times to remain unchanged when the reallocation is implemented, if it's implemented. So logically, it would seem that if you're reducing the number of firefighters, it's going to affect your response time. How can you say that it isn't going to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, the same number of trucks from the same number of locations will be responding.
And then currently, when those number of trucks respond and there's people, firefighters left at the hall, sort of what happens next? And because if you've currently got 17 on staff and 10 are out responding, you don't have another 10. So how's that going to change under the new system, and what's happening now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, under the new system, if we have 4, 8, 10 at a fire, or if we require 13, we will do a callback. We will backfill with overtime and tap into our mutual aid as required.
We can come back to you if you like, Councillor Shoemaker.
No, that's okay. I'm just finding which one, because I had about 15, so I'm just picking out which one I want to, which ones I want to pick, which ones I want to ask. So, do you know how many rescues have been conducted, in-building fire rescues, in the last 5 years by the fire services?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, based on previous statistics, I have a number of 7.
In the last 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. And so as for response times, what if, after implementing these recommendations, you aren't meeting the 6-minute response time that's mandated?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, if we're not meeting 6 minutes, then we clearly have to reevaluate it based on the number of trucks and number of locations.
I think that's my 6.
Okay. Councillor Romano?
You made reference to mutual aid callbacks, and those are only used on an as-needed basis, clearly, when we have more of a major situation. And that's not my question. I'm just clarifying your position. With respect to the mutual aid workers or other departments that assist us and callbacks, in terms of specifically the response time, what are the number of, and if you can please provide, if you have the statistic, your mutual aid, your callback separate, number and time in terms of number of people deployed for one of these, we'll call them our major issues, major problems or calls. How many people would respond in terms of mutual aid? How many would respond with callbacks? And what's an approximate response time for those individuals?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano. The callbacks, overtime callbacks are made at the time of the incident starting to escalate, and those response times could be, depending on where people are coming from in their homes, could be anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes. The mutual aid question, I have no information because in the past, Sault Ste. Marie has been very reluctant to tap into mutual aid, so I can't give you any numbers. So that's clearly a weakness that we need to override, and if we need mutual aid, we need to call in mutual aid.
Hopefully as a subset of that question.
You asked 3 questions there. So just to be clear, I counted, you asked 3. So you can ask one more and then we're moving on.
In fairness, Your Worship, that was all with respect to the same issue.
Well, that's fine. I never let any other councillors do that.
There weren't 3 questions there.
Councillor Romano, I never let any other councillors do that. So you've got 1 question, then we're moving to Councillor Huppanen.
You've made reference to, or we've heard from Mr. Kanopik about NFPA 1710 and the OFM handbooks. That's the National Fire Protection Agency guidelines, as well as the Ontario Fire Marshal handbook and guidelines. From reviewing your report, I noted a lot of similarities between what is in your report and what is in at least the Ontario Fire Marshal's guide. So my question is, are you aware, number one, of the those 2 sets of material, and have you consulted them in coming to this recommendation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano. Yes, absolutely. The first one is the Ontario, is called the Comprehensive Fire Safety Effectiveness Model, and it refers, there's 7 components, and one of those components is fire ground staffing, which talks about a minimum of 10 on the fire ground. The NFPA 1710 is, as Mr. Kanopik has said, is a consensus standard. It's a guideline. And you alluded to it earlier, that it talks about providing at the scene requirement for a number of staff based on local conditions. And I can read it from the thing. The original staffing talks about the number of on-duty fire suppression members, firefighters, shall be sufficient to perform the necessary firefighting operations given the expected firefighting conditions. Obviously, a very generic, and that is the inherent problem with staffing issues. There are no statutory or regulatory guidelines and or requirements. It's all based on guidelines issued by both the Fire Marshal, which does take into effect certain FPA standards. I need to clarify that. The NFPA 1710 has not been accepted by the Fire Marshal's office. The training standards, certain fire prevention standards have, but the NFPA 1710 has not been. And the simple reason it has not been accepted, it's not viable for small to medium-sized municipalities. The Bramptons, the Mississaugas, the Kitcheners, who have 40 to 50 firefighters on duty, can easily cover that off. The medium to small departments like ourselves, Sudbury, North Bay, mainly in the north, even the Cornwalls and the Bellevilles down the south, could not possibly meet the standard.
Thank you. Councillor Huppanen, do you have any additional questions?
I don't, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was some question in the presentations that a reduction in staffing would create risk. My question, and it came up in terms of 2 fires at the same time. You know, we could send out 10 firefighters, we'd be left with 3 or 7 depending on the model we go with. How many times in the last couple of years have we had 2 simultaneous fires?
I want to make one point clear, though. I think it's a bit lost in things. This current 17 has somebody in a call room. So the 10 that go out, there would be 6 available.
That's right. Yes, I'm aware. And the reason why I ask is because I'm trying to understand, these are scenarios I'm throwing at you, but I'm trying to understand what the real risk is. I hear the words, I hear the words being used, but I'm trying to get, as a layperson, an understanding based on prior experience, what we're really dealing with. So my question is, we have a situation where we have 2 fires going simultaneously. How often has that happened in the last few years? How much of that going forward is going to be a real risk based on past experience?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. I have statistics going back to 1997. Some are still manual, some are electronic. And if I compare the time of the fires, there has never been, since between 1997 and 2013, when I have the last data, there has never been 2 simultaneous, what we'll call fires that require 10 on scene each time. There has been times where we've had brush fires, 2 different brush fires in 2 different locations, but there's never been 2 structural fires which required 10 each on each scene since 1997, based on my review of the statistics.
Okay, my understanding is that the provincial government okays or pays for part of EMS costs. That's correct. EMS staffing.
Councillor, yes, it's a 50-50 cost share.
And so my question is, well, it's part of the question, is how does that fit into your proposal? In other words, if part of it's paid, is it still a 1-for-1? Are we replacing 1 firefighter with 1 EMS, or you're proposing rather? And the structuring, the cost structure is different because we're paying full fare for a firefighter, but we're only paying essentially half for EMS. How does that work into the plan?
Right, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. It's a sidebar to the original argument. I looked at the managing the risk and what I needed body-wise, and we needed 12 on the EMS side. Clearly, they're 50% coverage, but that wasn't the impetus for the realignment. It was I needed 12 on the EMS side, an additional 5 reallocated on the fire side.
Okay, my final question is, in 2000, your plan is to handle all of this through attrition. We've got 5 firefighters that are currently haven't been replaced. How many retirees are coming up in the next year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. I mean, that's a fluid number. I mean, there are people who reach retirement age that either can take it or choose not to take it. So based on our numbers, between now and 2018, we have an additional 21 that are eligible for retirement.
So there's no, just to be clear, it's a 60 is the required age, right? So in other words, how many in this year are required to retire?
No, that's not the required age for 60.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, there are actually 3 different retirement timelines. Once you reach 60, you must retire.
Right.
If you reach 30 years and are 55, you can retire, or you can go the full gamut, so to speak, and work till if you have 35 years for a full 70% unreduced pension.
How many are 60 and have to retire?
I have one that has to go before the end of this year.
Okay, Councillor Kompotic.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano. A few more questions. And I need some information, and I need a little bit of an explanation on what exactly an update regarding the tiered response agreement. I don't know if this is available, has it changed, and I need a little bit of an explanation from you what exactly it is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Compat. A tiered response agreement is the agreement between the Central Ambulance Communication Center and fire dispatch, and it lays out the process and the conditions when fire will be dispatched to an emergency medical call.
Is this agreement identified in your report as a concern or a risk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Compat. No, it's not identified as a risk. It's negotiated between the province, the communication center, and the fire department, and it's reviewed annually.
Okay, second question. So in your model going forward, I just want to know if you plan on eliminating one or more fire halls in the municipality.
That's not in the report in front of us, Councillor Compadich.
Pardon me, Mayor?
That's not in the report. He's clearly outlined what he intends on doing in the report in front of us. Frankly, we have a big issue in front of us. Why are we making it larger and asking about things that might happen in the future?
Because if we're reducing manning going forward by 25%, I'm just wondering what the need is going to be required for the future.
Is the
Exactly.
question whether the chief has any immediate plan to close a fire hall?
To build the fire hall?
Close a fire hall.
To close a fire hall, yes, exactly.
Chief, do you have any immediate plan to close a fire hall?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Compadich. No, I have no intention of closing a fire hall, but what I think we need to look at long-term, based on the geographic setup of the city, is to do a station study, because I believe that probably we could long-term look at amalgamating in different areas and possibly going to 3 or 4 news stations based on the coverage areas.
So long-term, there isn't a possibility of a possible closure or amalgamating with another fire department.
That's what he said.
Okay, one last question, and I think this was already answered, but I just want to confirm it. EMS is mandated by the province and through the Ministry of Health, and it's governed through social services. And I just wanted to know why you didn't mention social services in your report, or maybe you have and I missed it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Compadich. I'm the fire chief employed by the city who happens to run EMS. So my report deals with the fire department and its contract for EMS.
Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to take this in a little different direction through you to the fire chief, but also to our city solicitor. I just want to know what the legal implications are for council on looking at the plan. I think that the chief has laid that out for us fairly clearly. So if you don't mind and give me a little bit of latitude, I'd like to deviate and include our city solicitor in this question as well, just to explain that relationship a little bit. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Ms. Kenny.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers. I guess the two key pieces of legislation that you're going to want to look at, aside from the fire legislation proper, would be Bill C-45, which is an amendment to the Criminal Code, and also the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And under both of those two pieces of legislation, City Council, as the employer proper, has an obligation to ensure safety to its employees and to take all reasonable steps to ensure that employees can conduct their duties, in this case, in a safe atmosphere. With Bill C-45, there are criminal consequences if the employer does not meet that obligation. But I caution anyone that's looking at Bill C-45, maybe there has been 2 or 3 cases where that legislation has been employed. It's a very, very high standard. It was born of the West Ray mine disaster, where there was a complete negligent disregard for human safety. So you'd really have to meet that threshold to have a criminal charge brought against you. Under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, really you do as you are doing tonight. You rely on staff's recommendation, and in this case, with a fire department, you're relying on the chief's recommendation, his expertise, and you have to weigh whether or not you consider the plan that he's put in place to be reasonable, thought out, meritorious, and meeting your safety obligation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't have said it better myself. That's what I want to mine down to here is that, again, Chief, it's been asked so many different ways tonight, but I want to ask you again, as our fire chief, you are accountable. You are completely comfortable with this plan you are recommending to council. Please feel free to comment.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Myers, absolutely.
And I guess that I don't want to lose sight of the EMS. And again, that is where you have identified a risk, correct? Not on the fire services side.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Myers, yes. The risk, which at this point has been unmanaged, is on the EMS side.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we have Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the one question from Councillor Compadres regarding the fire hall, maybe to expand, would any equipment be reduced if we're reducing staff? Would we reduce equipment, trucks or anything in your plan?
Through Mr. Mayor to...
Just for clarity, Myers, just for clarity, in the plan he's proposing today or in a hypothetical plan he may propose in the future?
In the future, I mean, if he's going to be reducing...
We want to speak to the plan that's before us today. I mean, we have to stay focused on this plan. He's not promoting or proposing today any reductions in a fire hall down the road. So, like, we have a big issue in front of us that we have to discuss and debate. I don't know why we would make it bigger and talk about hypotheticals that might come, that will have to come to us in any event. He would have to come here and speak to those things if he was going to do those things.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruni, there'd be a certain reduction, a minor reduction in equipment. For example, every firefighter requires an SCB, a self-contained breathing apparatus, to go into a fire. So based on the 88, we have a certain number. If we go to 68, clearly we won't need as many SCBAs.
Okay. You mentioned North Bay is taking the route for the risk assessment from a third party, but they're doing it after the implementation of the program that you initiated, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. Yes, what they're doing presently is that comprehensive risk assessment internally, based on the fire marshal guidelines. Once they get all that together and they have this transition similar to what we're planning here, then they're going to, at this point, they want to bring in the fire underwriters people to do that independent third-party consultant.
Okay. And my last comment, and it could go to the legal, under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, Section 25, and the subsection, I believe Councillor Myers stated, but it says an employer shall take every precaution reasonable in circumstances for the protection of a worker. Firefighters are employees of the city. So now my question to Nuala is, does this obligation fall solely on the mayor and council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, no, it doesn't fall solely to the mayor and council. That obligation falls to supervisors, and in this case, the fire chief, and then probably the CAO as the chief of staff, and then the mayor and council. It's all-encompassing legislation to ensure employee safety.
Okay, thank you. That's 3 questions.
Thank you. So that brings us back to Councillor Fada. Councillor Fada, do you have any additional questions?
Yes, please. Just as a small point, does a fire truck have to attend legally to a paramedic call, and why?
It doesn't.
It does not.
No, it doesn't legally have to attend to a paramedic call. No.
So why is it? Because people keep telling me this. There was a call for an ambulance. I see a fire truck. I see a police truck. Like, is this happening because we're legally bound, or is it because it's policy in Sault Ste. Marie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fada. This refers to what Councillor Compadres brought up a little earlier as our tiered response agreement. We've agreed with the Ambulance Communication Center that on certain occasions, based on certain events, we will respond to medical calls. And they're the very critical type, non-breathing, unconscious, chest pain type calls.
Question number 2, based on this, the past 6 months with the issue of overtime and the general responses, have you had fairly decent results in terms of getting personnel on call and available and responding appropriately to the calls that they're being called up for? Has everything been going smoothly as far as calling people that are there for overtime purposes?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Feta, yes, overtime gets filled on a regular basis.
Okay. So there's been no delay as far as reasonably getting to the site and then doing what they have to do, right? Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor to Councillor Feta, I think you're talking about a separate issue. The first issue, if we have an overtime call-out on regular staffing,
Yep.
that's filled on a call-out basis. There's a list which we follow. On the other event, where we have an event that requires a call-out, clearly it takes 10 to 15 minutes.
Last question. Based on extreme situations like somebody mentioned, have to base it on what's the stats that it indicates what's been happening in Sault Ste. Marie in the last 5 to 10 years. But based on an extreme example, and you are going to rely on outside help, i.e. Sault, Michigan, et cetera, can you give me an idea, Chief, as to what is available to you in terms of trucks, in terms of staff? Can you give us sort of a ballpark figure of what you have readily available in case of an extreme situation?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Fata, under the fire coordinator for Algoma, we have access to over 30 trucks and 250 additional firefighters.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Councillor Butland, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you, Councillor Butland. Councillor Turco, do you have any follow-up questions?
I do not. I was going to yield my questions to Councillor Butland.
Okay, so I haven't asked any questions yet, so before we go back to council, and I'm only going to come back to you one more time because a number of councillors have not asked questions now, and we've asked over 80 questions. So, Chief, I have a few questions. Are there any statutory or regulatory requirements that specifically address the fire department staffing levels?
To you, Mr. Mayor, no, there are not. There are guidelines, but there are no statutory or regulatory requirements that says we must have X amount of firefighters on duty.
And in your professional opinion, as our subject matter expert, you're of the opinion that the proposal you put before council today satisfies those guidelines?
Yes.
Does the statute that governs us, that lays out council's responsibility, the Fire Protection Prevention Act, does it allow us to do what you're recommending that we do tonight? Is this within the statute?
Yes, under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, Section 2, you have both the duty and the right as council to set the level of service, whatever that level may be.
So today, we have 17 firefighters on. If there is a fire at my house, how long will it take you to send somebody, and how many men will you send?
Presently today?
Today, as it stands.
Initial response will be 10 to 13, and they'll be there in 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay. Under the plan you're proposing, 6 months from now, how many firefighters will you send to my house, and how long will it take them to get there?
The same amount, 10 to 13 on the initial response in 6 minutes.
A year out from now, when your plan's more implemented, how many firefighters will you send to my house, and how long will it take them to get there?
Again, the same amount, 10 to 13 on the initial response in 6 minutes.
Mr. CAO, you're now obviously familiar with the city, and you've been working with us for a while. You've obviously reviewed this plan. Are you comfortable recommending this plan from your perspective?
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I'm very comfortable.
Commissioner of Human Resources, you've been working with the chief. You're familiar with the plan. Are you comfortable recommending this plan to City Council?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I am.
City Solicitor, you've reviewed this plan,
Yes, I have.
and you understand the obligations that City Council has?
Yes, I do.
Are you comfortable recommending this plan?
Yes, I am.
So, Council, I'd ask you to, if you have any additional questions, I'd ask you to ask them to the chief. We're well over 80 or 90 questions. We're 2.5 hours into this. My feeling is we have to deliberate, argue, debate, come to a decision. I'd like to get to that point sooner rather than later. So if any of you have any pressing questions left or anything that's not answered, I'll give you that last shot at it. If not, we'll be moving on to the motion. Councillor Romano.
Sorry, Mr. Chief, there's something that I'm having a hard time understanding, and I can tell from just Mr. Mayor's last few questions and listening to comments from within the gallery there's some concerns with respect to the staffing numbers as they exist. So bear with me, this may seem obvious, but we currently have 4 stations. So as I understand it, do we call those each a platoon?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councilor, no, each station is a platoon. We have 4 platoons. There's 1 platoon on duty at all times, 1 during the day, 1 during the night, and they are established at the 4 stations.
Okay. And so, all right, I understand that now. And how many people are working currently as of today at each station?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Manor, under the current staffing level, we have 2 stations with 4, with 8. We have another station with 3, which gives us, 2 stations with 4, 1 with 3, and then we have our central station, which has 1 in dispatch, a platoon chief, what we call a floater, and 3 on a truck.
We're going from 17 to 13.
And I completely understand we're going from 17 to 13. I don't understand how they're split between 4 stations. Maybe that's where my problem is.
Okay.
So I guess where I'm coming from is right now we talk about response time, 5 to 6 minutes, 10 to 13 people get dispatched of 17 currently on duty. But that's distributed within 4 different stations across the city. So hypothetical again, we'll use Mr. Mayor's house is on fire and he calls in the fire department and he's in the east end. I'm, let's say, west, or we're talking now, you've got to get 10 to 13 people to that fire. There aren't 10 to 13 people sitting in the station in the east end, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilman, and that's not the present situation either. No station has 13 in it. It's a combination of responding from the different stations. So presently, under the present staffing measures, you would still have 2 or 3 stations respond to get your 10 there. Under the proposed model, you will have, when they're at minimum staff, you will have each station with 3 plus a platoon chief plus 1 in communications. So you're going to get 3 stations with 3 plus a platoon chief, which is 10, which leaves 3 in reserve as opposed to 7 in reserve.
Okay, now I'm clear. I wasn't, at one point I thought it was 17 people per fire station.
No, that would be something.
Yeah.
That would be quite a reduction. Councillor Kompotic?
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano. I did just one more question I'd like to go over, and we were talking about the response times and the minutes to respond, and it was mentioned that throughout this year process, this model, the response times are expected to still be between 5 and 6 minute response times. Am I correct, Chief?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, yes.
Could you tell me what the response times are of the people that live in Ward 6 in the Airport Road and in the Point Louise area currently today?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Kompotic. Under the response models, now and if we move to the new proposal, the 6-minute response time, as it is with EMS, is 6 minutes 90% of the time. So there are going to be gaps where in 10% of the time, you're not going to get there in 6 minutes. That's acceptable under a risk model. For example, if we had a incident in the far north part of the city, even though it's lightly inhabited, we're not going to get there in 6 minutes. But that's the normal response model, where you target 6 minutes 90% of the time.
What is the response times for a constituent in Ward 6 that lives in the Airport Road in the Point Louise area today? What is the response time?
Councillor Kompotic, I think the chief can get that to you post today. I don't see how that's relevant to our debate.
Well, it's relevant to our debate because I believe that the response times are critical, and I believe by reducing and this reduction that response times are going to increase. That's why I'm questioning this.
Well, it's the chief's express information to us today that they won't. So, Councillor Christian? Councillor Christian? Yeah, we're just on questions still. Councillor Christian, if you have one question, you're welcome to ask it.
Sure. Chief, the EMS, you stated in your report that EMS is not hitting their targets. What, and maybe this question was asked, but I'm asking it because I missed it. If you did, answer it. What liability, how are we exposed as council currently the way the EMS response times are being handled or coming up short? What liability is there for yourself and for council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. Although the responsibility for land ambulance is downloaded to the DSAB, we are in fact the general contractor. We run it. There are employees. So as the city solicitor talked about under the occupational health and safety, we're responsible for that. We're also responsible to ensure that the ministry set targets are met. So the ministry sets the targets. We meet them, not the DSAB.
Firefighters, I mean, we're concerned about public safety. In your opinion, and I ask this question on all sincerity, what risk are we putting the firefighters in if we go down to the 13? In other words, one communications officer and 12 people fighting a fire. Are we putting, for normal circumstances, are we putting firefighters at risk when they respond to a fire?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. You know, based on my role, I've been appointed by council to advise you to manage the risk. I would not put the city, the firefighters, or myself at risk intentionally through this process. We have now 17 on duty, 10 to 13 responding. We will have 13 on duty, 10 to 13 responding. They're going to handle fires the same way. If it's too intense and they need more resources, they're going to call for more resources.
Thank you.
Councillor, maybe we can move to comments. Oh, you have a question, Councillor Bruni?
A short one. In your report, you mentioned flexible scheduling, the system status management. What would a schedule like that be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. That's simply an example where fire is the last remaining of the three emergency services, police, fire, and ambulance, that has static staffing. I mean, you have the same amount of staffing on 24/7. Police have less on during the day, more in the evening, more in the late night. Same with us on the EMS side. We have more during the day than more at night. That's a situation where if something would occur where we didn't need, presently today, we have 17 on night, and somebody got the flu at 2 in the morning and went home. Right now, we would replace them under a dynamic deployment or a system status management thing. We'd say, you know what, the next shift coming in at 8, there's no need to replace this guy or this gal for 8 hours. That's what reverse to that, the staffing to when you need the resources. And we clearly know we need resources more at 3 in the afternoon than 3 in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
It occurs to me, Chief, that for council to have a proper debate about this, there's 2 questions that haven't been asked. If council approves this tonight, and I've asked you folks this privately in the mayor's office, is the city committed, as in are you, is the CEO, is the Commissioner of Human Resources, is legal committed to listening to and accepting alternative plans from the association if they point out some errors in the ways here or some problems or challenges that might arise as a result of this plan?
Absolutely. I've opened up from the time I've got here to get some dialogue going, and I've been a little frustrated. So, of course, anyone at any point in time can step forward and give us some ideas.
So this is a fluid plan?
Absolutely.
Good. Al, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council and to the audience and to the folk at home. As you see in the motion in front of you, we have indicated that we would be looking for consultative input from all key stakeholders. That would include the Firefighter Association, that would include the paramedics on the go forward. Our expectation, our best expert opinion is that this model is going to be workable, but that's why because we recognize that we may have some changes that occur over time, there may be some things that come to light. as a result of the process. We've asked for a transition period, and it's through that transition period that we will evaluate and continue to evaluate the process going forward, and we will need the input and consultative input of our partners and stakeholders in doing that.
So the opposite, if this is not approved tonight by council, the legitimate question has been raised is, what's our liability? Well, I'd suggest that we have new liability now, because now we are aware of a significant problem in EMS. And that's our knowledge now, and we have to act on that. So if council doesn't approve your proposal tonight, what is city staff going to do to put something in front of council that deals with the EMS issue? Because we can't leave this issue open. So if we don't approve what you're putting before us tonight, what does that look like? What will come next?
A significant budget increase to cover off that, manage that risk.
So of the 17 people that you're proposing to hire, my understanding was 12 of those are into EMS, 5 of those are into fire. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you'll have to move ahead with those 12 hires, and you'll have to come to council for that budget.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear about what the consequences of our decision were, so you had a full, understanding of that. So we'll take comments now. Councillor Fada, you had your hand up first, so we'll start with you. Okay, Councillor Fada.
Yeah. Basically, as far as I'm concerned right now, what I'm concerned about is that we are here tonight, not just as citizens, as taxpayers, but we are here, this group here, as city councillors. We have to do what's rational, sensible, and prudent. It seems like we've pitted fire against paramedics, but it's obvious that we've unearthed some serious problems here, and if just bear with me for a minute. It seems that we have put, I hate to say it this way, but we have put brick and mortar ahead of human lives. We are sitting here discussing the fact that the stats as far as fire calls is down 80%. And the stats as far as EMS is up by 100% from 6,000 to 12,000. We're sitting here arguing about whether we need to continue the status quo with fire. And meanwhile, we don't get paramedics going to the site and dealing with heart attacks, cardiac arrests. It's very, very unfortunate that we've done this, and we're sitting here really, in fact, doing just that. We're talking about brick and mortar versus people's lives. And I think that we have absolutely no choice here in terms of paramedics, EMS. We've got to respond to this. But as councillors, we have to realize that there's got to be a balance here. And it's important for us to keep that in mind, because if we're simply going to, as it has been suggested, the status quo and just hire another 8 or 9 paramedics, that's not realistic. The stats tell us that it's not realistic. We have to realize here where our resources have to be placed. And right now, the stats are quite clear, and we have to realize this. In terms of the paramedics, they need our attention as of yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fada. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I guess the thing I want to say first and foremost as a city councillor and as a citizen of Sault Ste. Marie is that I have great respect for our fire services and our EMS, and there's a couple of Steves in the room, one might have left, but that know full well my personal experience with both 5 years ago, and I'll always be grateful for the response that I had from both EMS and fire services. So I don't think there's anyone in Sault Ste. Marie, including the folks here tonight around this table or in the gallery or our staff, who don't have the greatest respect for both our fire services and our emergency medical services paramedics. So I really would ask that the people who have come out with communications to us from a position of assuming that council doesn't get it, please set that aside. We get it. We're citizens. We've spent hours gathering information long before this evening throughout the weekend. We get our package on Thursday evening. I think most of us spent this weekend going through it very carefully with the report and with other research. As I said, for myself, I've learned about the Fire Protection Prevention Act that I would not have known about certainly a few months back. So I want to thank our fire chief publicly. I believe he is the one we have assigned the responsibility to. I don't think it was, I think it would have been a lot easier for him to sit back, be status quo, and come forward with a big budget request. I don't think that anyone would welcome the work that he's had to do. I'm disappointed that we haven't had the same input from both sides of our emergency services, both firefighters and the paramedics, that gave the input that everyone felt they'd had a chance to be heard. But I'm very comforted and assured in knowing, as the mayor has stated, our CAO has stated, the fire chief has stated, what we're doing tonight, and I will be supporting this recommendation, by the way, what we're doing tonight is going on the start of a 3-year plan. It's not cast in iron. This is not the end of the story. There is great opportunity for input. Please, please put on your Sault Ste. Marie citizen hat first and get involved with the solutions that we all want. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Kapotich.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano. For me personally, I'd like to see more input from the community and all stakeholders prior to this resolution going forward. I believe in openness and transparency, and I believe that's critical. And I don't want anyone in attendance to think we're taking this lightly, and I don't want anyone to walk out thinking that we don't care about public safety. I do agree with the increase in EMS, but I don't agree with manning reductions to fire services, especially for the pennies it costs to protect people, building, and property. I'm concerned that we're putting value to a life. And I know the constituents in my ward have addressed concerns about the west area of Ward 6 and response times. The impact of this reduction is significant, and I believe it will change the way we respond. It is also entirely possible that the preventative work carried out by fire services is a contributor to falling numbers of fires, and so cuts could lead to increases. I also believe that every employee will need to take on an increased workload, and the need for mutual aid from surrounding municipalities will likely go up. We need more information around this. I was elected to make tough decisions, and that's what I'll do. This has been a rough one for all involved. However, I'm going to do what I believe is right, and I won't support this resolution.
Councillor Mano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For all of you in the room today and all of those watching at home, I hope you can appreciate the decision facing us today. It's a very difficult one that clearly you can appreciate from all the conversations we've had today and all the questions that have been asked, that this is not something that is easily come to by any one of us, I'm sure. And I won't speak for anyone else other than myself at this point, and I will say that this is probably one of the most difficult decisions that I think we've been faced with as a council. The decision here today, though, is difficult in that it goes between two strongly opposed areas. One is emotions and one is reason. And oftentimes when we're faced with a decision that deals with emotions versus reason, you have a difficulty with that type of a decision. I've looked at all the information that's been presented to us today, and there's no doubt that the presence of all of you here today and all of the emails and calls that I've received since this resolution was brought forward last week, and there's no doubt that there's major concerns, and I appreciate all of your presence today. The simple fact that you've stood in this gallery for the last 4 hours or so is a clear indication of how passionate you are of what you want to see done and the problem that you see with this model that is being proposed and how it will directly affect you or indirectly affect you or affect this community. I want to first and foremost state, and I know some people have already commented on this, I don't see this as an issue of EMS versus fire. And I got the sense from all of you in this room when our association vice president was speaking on behalf of EMS that you all wholeheartedly supported his position and that you feel, I got a sense of unity between EMS and fire. but certainly there's quite a distinction between our fire and our chief. And that's a relationship that moving forward has to find a way to improve, regardless of what occurs here today. But from my position, this isn't a situation where we say, let's save money because we need it for EMS. At the end of the day, if this resolution, and I really applaud the mayor for showing us as a council and as a community what the result will be if we vote against this resolution here tonight. The money of $1.8 million approximately for EMS will be spent. It must be spent. That has to be done. There's major liability issues for us that have been uncovered here today that have to be dealt with. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the staffing levels at our fire department as far as I'm concerned. Those are two separate issues completely. Is there a potential economic benefit that we could take the money from the reduction in staffing levels at the fire department to supplement the increase in staffing for EMS? Yes, that's an advantage that we can certainly, I'm not going to hide away from, but it's not an issue of EMS versus fire. And I'm glad that I saw that in all of you here today. But certainly I don't believe we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's not the situation as I see it here. This is something where we have to look at balancing the risk with respect to what our fire association or our firefighters currently provide to this community and with respect to what is being proposed. This model that was put forward here today by our fire chief was put together by our fire chief, and as admitted by the president of the association, he is the expert. He is the expert that we as a council are supposed to look to. You heard from our legal department citing to you that it is our duty as a council, and we have certain liabilities to follow, and we are expected to follow the recommendations of our staff, and in this case, the experts are the chief. When I listened to Mr. Kanopik speak today, and I had the pleasure of speaking to him earlier, and I discussed this matter wholeheartedly with him on at least one occasion, and I explained at that time, and I heard here today, that the reason why the association was opposed to this motion was because it was more so, not so much of an opposition as much as it was a deferral so that we can get more information. What we heard here today was the information that the association sought was, number one, a comprehensive risk analysis, and number two, some type of a fire underwriter survey to give us more information before we made this decision. I've reviewed all of the reports and the letters that were advanced by the association. I've paid particular attention to the NOFPA 1710, as well as the Ontario Fire Marshal's guide. We've all asked numerous questions of every representative here, but most notably with respect to the questions posed to the chief about those very issues of a comprehensive risk assessment first and foremost. There's a number of communities that have taken this initiative, this model, and they have not used a comprehensive risk assessment model. That bears on my decision. We have also heard of these other models, and what I found very interesting, and for all of you, I trust in the gallery, and for those at home, you don't have the information sitting at your fingertips like we had the pleasure. And when I review the Ontario Fire Marshal's report and I review certain aspects of NOFP, and I think I just made a mistake as to how I characterize that acronym, but number 1710, I note a lot of similarities within the report our chief has put forth to us. A lot of the comments, the language is very common and consistent with respect to what is in those other recommendations put forward by the association within the report cited. When I look at these two concerns with respect to insurance, the answers provided by our fire chief, I think they answer the question. I think they answer the concerns with respect to insurance premiums. I think what I found tonight was there was at numerous occasions deferral to our chief as the expert of the subject matter. Then there were other occasions where, although it was not deferred to our chief, he impressed me with his knowledge of the various policies and reports that were being referenced herein. And even insofar as, I mean, using insurance as an example, him breaking down the 40, 20%, and 40% breakdown of what an insurance company is going to look at in terms of premiums. Those types of details tell me that he is very knowledgeable on the subject matter and that I can trust his opinion as an expert with respect to that. And that weighs heavily on my opinion with respect to this matter. As far as the safety concerns that have been addressed, it appears to me that the report that has been put forward by our chief is based on a great deal of empirical data and professional opinion of an expert in the field. And is with that I believe we have all the information before us that is necessary to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Romano. Councillor Bruni, I had you next on the list. Did you have comments you wanted to make?
I have comments, yes.
Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you. I guess as a councillor, we always have difficult decisions, and this probably out of 5 years is the most difficult. I ask myself 4 questions regarding service delivery, our insurance rates, our public safety, and our firefighters' safety when they're on the job. With the less numbers that is presented before us. I'm very disappointed that, and of course we're not getting the full story, and for whatever reason, but it would have been an excellent opportunity that the fire services, the union, works with the fire chief to come up with a plan. We sit on committees. We make decisions. For example, we have a daycare center committee. We received involvement from our city staff, daycare workers, taxpayers, and councillors, and we sit down around the table and we discuss and we try to come up with good options. And I did not see this with the fire and the fire chief and the association. You know, we're talking about EMS. EMS is very, very important. We are a community that is getting older, and we do need more paramedics out there. There's no argument there. The argument here is, are we going to downsize our fire services? I can't answer the questions. I cannot answer the questions, and for that, I'm not in favor of what the fire chief. I would like to see an assessment done before we move forward. I think it's important that the assessment is done, and I know it hasn't been done in other communities, but we can be the first community, and that's my opinion. Because if we're going to do something like this, we got to do it right. I'm not a professional in fire services. Yes, I have to believe what the fire chief is saying, but I do need more information. Because if we're all experts, then the decision would have been done quickly. The numbers are down. We see that. For EMS, the numbers are up. But I think we got to work together here and come up with something, and I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're faced, as everyone has said, with a tough decision. And obviously, none of us take it lightly. Councillor Myers, your comments were especially heartfelt, I thought. Obviously, here at Council, we must ensure the safety of our community, the safety of our residents, but also the safety of our staff, including firefighters, are being met. We hire department heads to ensure that they manage their departments and that those the safety of their staff is of utmost importance, and that we have the proper balance in that staff level. Nobody here is under, nobody here does not believe that the safety and security of our residents is the #1 priority, including firefighters who every day put themselves at risks facing those safety and security issues. What I found somewhat disheartening was when the fire chief himself stated that he believes, or he has at top of mind, the safety and security of our city and of the firefighters. And there were some grumblings from the audience suggesting that that might not be the case. The fire chief has a legal obligation, not only a moral obligation, but a legal obligation to ensure the safety of his men and women, and can go to jail if he's not meeting that obligation. So to suggest that he does not have the safety and security of our men and women in our fire department at top of mind is very sad. As council, we've got a balancing act before us, and we're tasked with the decision of certainly increasing our EMS. There's no option not to do that. We have to increase our EMS, and the question is, what's the best way to do that, balancing safety of citizens and our obligation to the taxpayer? And the way that we've tasked the chief with doing that, I think his report is prudent. It balances those two responsibilities in the face of declining fire calls. And I think that to tell the chief here, you've got it wrong, is to send the message that we are going to, like Councillor Romano said, choose an emotional argument over a factual argument. And I don't think that's our role. We were all elected to make the best fact-based decisions. And I'm satisfied that the chief has answered those questions. And not only the chief, the CAO, the Commissioner of Human Resources, legal, have all said that they are confident with this report. And so it's something that I believe has faced some very good judgment and that we should support.
Thank you. I didn't have anybody else on my list. Councillor Turco and then Councillor Christian. Councillor Turco.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, in all my years, this is the best lesson I've had in fire services and EMS. And I've never learned so much as I did tonight. And you're not wrong, Chief. But I use a very simple test. Somebody said they had 4 questions, and then Councillor Bruni. I use the Rotary Club's 4-way test, and it hasn't failed me in 15 years. It's very simple. Is it the truth that we're hearing tonight? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? So if we can say yes to all of them, then that's good. But if you say no to a couple of them, it's not good. And I wouldn't expect nothing less than the chief's report. I would expect nothing less than Mr. Kanobek's report. I would expect nothing less than the EMS report. Everybody brings something to the table. So it's our decisions as elected officials to think about all taxpayers, not just the ones we get emails on or phone calls or anybody here is in the audience tonight. I'm still having problems, Mr. Mayor, separating the chicken and the egg scenario. I think we have 2 important issues today. Somebody said legal obligation. Well, all of a sudden we got a legal obligation? What happened the last 50 years? Consultation to us, we promote this all the time, that we should have more consultation with the taxpayers. And I think when we think about the taxpayers, particularly police, and fire, and EMS, this is what the taxpayers, we all do, we're all taxpayers. That's what we expect. We expect the best, and probably at some cost. I would believe it would be much easier, as I mentioned earlier to the chief, if this was separated as 2 different items. There's no question about it. We all know we need more EMS services. The fire services, what's the rush? Somebody suggested we should put the pause button on it. Is it going to make a difference, or we're going to vote on it tonight, or next week or 2 weeks from now or a month, I'm not sure, on the fire side. On the EMS, I do agree. There is an urgency there. We don't need any applause here. I'm not going to support the recommendation.
We have Councillor Butland.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And I very much appreciate the debate here. And it doesn't mean anything, but I'm proud of what you're saying. It's very, very good. And it's deeply thought out. And I think most of us spent a lot of time on the weekend. Certainly I did. And I don't think I'll be very popular at the end of this. But some of the things that have been said are very appropriate and poignant, and it only is because we're talking people's lives, EMS and fire. And I'm also of the mind they should be mutually exclusive. They shouldn't be here together and say, this will go over to this. That's really unfortunate. But the alternative is, well, you have to put X number of a whole lot of money towards this immediately, and that's another issue. So to bring in somebody, a third party, and have this magic risk assessment, not a big believer in that. What will happen then, and that will probably take a couple of months at least, at some cost, but maybe that shouldn't be a consideration. But we'll kick that around, I assure you, for another 4 or 5 hours when that comes back, depending on what it would say. But regardless of what it would say, that's what would happen. So I'm under some consolation. No, that's not the right word. But when the chief said, yeah, let's proceed. It's before us, and it begged some kind of resolution. So he's brought it forward. I'm convinced it's going to be okay. But if it's not okay, down the road, what's stopping us from saying, hey, this isn't working, we need to stop or put the pause button on or stop completely and say, we need to take a look at this. So I'm sorry, but I believe we have to go forward with the recommendation.
Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like I said at the beginning of my comments, I gave a little preamble at the beginning, and I said that this issue is very divisive, and it is. I'm going to be candid. I'm very disappointed that I'm going to propose something at the end of my speech, and I think it should have taken place a long time ago. And trying to compose my thoughts here so I don't say the wrong thing at the wrong time. Let me begin by saying I can't say enough about emergency services in Sault Ste. Marie. One of the reasons why we're so lucky living here is we have such a great infrastructure, including the people that work in it. So again, I agree that we shouldn't be comparing EMS to fire. They're separate issues, but unfortunately we live in a town with high unemployment. With an aging population, we simply don't have the luxury of the tax base to do the easy thing, which is simply add to our tax base. So it's a very, very difficult situation. I didn't sleep last night. I likely won't sleep tonight. I'm very disappointed that the union and management did not sit down and discuss this before they came to council. What I've heard is that there's not a lot of legislation that mandates what we do. We're in the business of protecting people, yet we're not willing to have a dialogue about how to do it. Can't lose sight of the fact that EMS is woefully short-staffed, and I understand how firefighters feel about their role, and I don't question for a minute their role in our city. we need to address the EMS issue. We simply can't say, let's come up with $1.8 million. It's not that simple. It's important. I wish we could. But the fact remains that we've got large budget increases, and we're looking at an extra 2% on the budget should we do that. So we've got to come up with a solution. I had conversations with the union in the spring with certain union members, and I made the point that council has to wrestle with EMS. And I said, please come forward with any ideas, anything. I will listen. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten anything. I've heard that things are going to collapse, things are going to be bad. I tried to ask my questions in a lighthearted fashion to get specific responses, and the only empirical data I got was from the chief. Am I comfortable with everything he's given me? No, because it's a one-sided discussion. But I believe that what we need to do, and this should have happened before, is I think we need to move forward and immediately have the union sit down with management and work the damn thing out. Because we have to make some decisions here. We can't keep doing what we're doing. And it's time we sat down and tried to work something through. Ideally, it'd be great if we went ahead and did this, and after a year we realized, you know what, we can't keep doing this because we've had some great input, we've nailed it. I don't think the risk assessment is mutually exclusive to moving forward with this. We need to address the EMS shortage. I think we should immediately do a risk assessment to see how far we want to go into this plan. Thank you.
So we have Councillor Hupinen, and then.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I came into this meeting with some questions in my mind, and I have them answered now. And first of all, I want to thank both Mr. Knobik and the chief for their excellent presentations, and I've learned a lot from them and other councillors as well tonight. So it's been a learning experience for everybody. What I wanted to know is, will public safety be at risk? And I think now I have the answer, and I don't think it will be. I think it's going to be well taken care of, and I think the chief has that covered, and he had all of the answers, and I'm very comfortable with what he had to say. The other thing I was concerned about, are any of the employees going to lose their jobs? Because that's never a good thing. And the answer was no. So I'm quite comfortable with that as well. The main thing, which I think is the most important thing, is that this is a working document. This is not etched in stone. We can work on this. And I can only hope that the association and the management can work together to come up with some sort of working relationship to move forward and remove the barrier that I see. That's never good in any situation at all. Nothing will happen for either side until we start working together. So I support the proposal, and I will be voting for it tonight after hearing what I've heard, and that's my comment. Thank you.
So, thank you, Councillor Hupinen. So, Council, yeah, well, before we get to that, I'm going to say a few things about what I was thinking. I've intentionally reserved a lot of comment to give you folks the time to ask the questions you wanted to ask, and I didn't want to eat into that at all, and I didn't want to have all of my questions answered at the expense of yours. But look, we're responsible, the 13 of us, to the people that live in this community, and I believe very firmly that all of you carry that responsibility very close to your heart, as do I. My family's out there, your families are out there, and I know that we care about other families that are out there. We have a responsibility to balance the risk that's before us, and we have to exercise that responsibility through our staff. In this specific situation, we've had a fire chief in consultation with the senior staff who have come to us and said, look, you have a significant risk in EMS, and this is how we could balance that risk. We can reduce that risk by adding this contingent, and also we can do things better in fire. We need a training officer in fire. We need education officers in fire. There's a reduction of 20 suppression staff, but there's an addition of 5 additional people into fire. So that's a net reduction of 15 in fire. I can appreciate why that makes us uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable. But we have to take the information that we're given and we have to challenge it. And I think you've done that tonight very well. And I have to note for the record that the chief and the CAO and the other senior staff have had to spend time with me in my office while I challenge this information over the last number of weeks. I do think it's disappointing that we didn't have a lot of interface and interaction between our association on the fire side and our chief on the fire side. But I don't think we get there if we don't support the chief. And I'm glad you find that humorous, but I'll tell you why. We don't get there because what we say then to the community at large is, look, you don't have to work through management. You can just come and work through us. We have to send a message here that we support our senior management team. And we have to say to the association, look, if there are problems with this plan, sit down with the senior management team and work them out. But we have to show that we support the chief. I don't have any reason not to. And I've received a number of emails from people at large suggesting that I shouldn't. And I want to say for the record that I don't appreciate those emails. And I don't appreciate them because I don't mind you attacking somebody's ideas or their information or how they're presenting something. But I don't think somebody should be impugned personally for doing their job. This chief has a statutory responsibility. He's coming to us and he put a plan before us. We've adjudicated that plan. We've tested it thoroughly. I think we have a responsibility to support the chief and move forward. I asked the senior management team for their commitment that they would work with the association post today. And I said, you know, you have 2017. Why can't it be 17-17? They said it could be. I said, why can't it be 17-15? They said, we could have those discussions. But we need to start in that direction. The chief has a credible plan on how he's going to deal with the immediately deal with the EMS issue. This is a 3-year plan. Nothing is happening tomorrow that is going to put anybody at risk. Nothing's going to happen next month that's going to put anybody at risk. This is a 3-year plan. No one's going to lose their job. And we have a management team that is committed to work with the association. If the association has a better plan, if they have some ideas, if they want to see a rework of this, I'm confident the chief will sit down with them. I'm confident that Al Orsman will sit down with them. I'm confident that Peter Nero will sit down with them. But we've received this information now, and it's our senior management team's best advice, and I think it's incumbent upon us to follow it. So in that respect, I will be supporting the recommendation. I'd ask that Mr. Clerk read the motion. Go ahead.
Recorded vote has been requested. The motion originally had Councillor Nero as the mover. Of course, he has pecuniary interests, so Councillor Turco.
No.
Okay,
Myers.
Councillor Myers. Councillor Myers and Councillor Hupinen moved it. Resolved that the report of the fire chief concerning the fire services organizational realignment strategy to transition full-time equivalent resources by reallocating up to 20 firefighter positions through attrition as follows: 4 paramedic supervisors, 8 paramedics, 2 public education officers, 1 training officer, 1 mechanic, 1 emergency planning officer, and additional allocation as required or eliminated be approved. And further, that the Chief Fire Services, in conjunction with the Commissioner of Human Resources and the City Solicitor, and with consultative input from key stakeholders, including the affected collective bargaining units, implement the realignment over a 3-year transition period, and that the legal department be directed to prepare any necessary bylaws to effect the same. Recorded vote has been requested. Councillor Turco.
Against.
Councillor Bruni.
Against.
Councillor Christian.
For.
Councillor Hupinen.
For.
Councillor Romano.
For.
Councillor Shoemaker.
For.
Councillor Krampadich. Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Fata,
4.
Councillor Butland,
4.
Mayor Provenzano.
4.
Motion passes.
Motion carried. Mr. Clerk, continue, please.
Our next item is the bylaws.
Yeah, we can let the
Give the gallery a few minutes to.
Do we have a caucus agenda tonight? Is this too loud for you still?
No, we can start going ahead.
Okay, we're going to continue, Council, just while everybody's filtering out. Council, we're going to continue.
Council, under agenda item 11, bylaws. We did have one bylaw that needs to be read separately. Councillor Romano has pecuniary interest. Motion for that is by Councillors Nero and Huppinen. Resolved that bylaw 2015-190, being a bylaw to permit the temporary street closing of various streets to facilitate the annual Rotary Santa Claus Parade on November 21st, 2015, be passed in open council this 26th day of October 2015.
All in favor? Carried.
Motion by Councillors Nero and Huppinen. Resolved that all bylaws under item 11 of the agenda under date 2015-1026 be approved, save and accept 2015-190.
All in favor? Carried.
Motion by Councillors Nero and Shoemaker. Resolved that this council proceed into closed session to discuss potential acquisition or disposition of property and litigation or potential litigation. And further be it resolved that should said closed session be adjourned, council may reconvene in closed session to continue to discuss the same matters without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council.
Motion by Councillors Nero and Huppinen. Resolved that this council shall now adjourn.